Chapter 4589. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I didn't say you can't kill me, as long as you have the ability. Ling Xiao admitted that Hua Yu was very strong. Especially with the portrait of the Saintess and Berserk, he couldn't resist at all. His body, which was originally unscathed, now had many wounds. However, if he wanted to kill him with this, wasn't it a bit wishful thinking? On the contrary, his White Lotus god could already form a phantom. The next step was to form a physical body. However, a good physical body needed a treasure as the foundation. There were many treasures in the world of souls, so he didn't worry. Now, the main task was to level up the Void-Shattering Finger. When the Void-Shattering Finger entered the second level, the cooldown time became 15 minutes. However, it was still very long. The reason why Ling Xiao hadn't used it was because he was looking for that feeling. This Void-Shattering Finger was comprehended from the remains of the Sun God. Now, the remains had been moved into the mountain river world by him. As he continued to try, the pressure from the enemy increased. The Sun God's fierce aura finally erupted. The Sun God was the god of slaughter, the god of space. How could he endure being suppressed like this? Even if it was just a small fingernail, it contained the Sun God's pride. It was originally asleep, but now it was completely stimulated by the idiot Hua Yu. Ling Xiao could feel that something was beginning to sprout, and it was growing. This was the reason why he hadn't killed Hua Yu yet. Hua Yu would become the key to his Void-Shattering Finger breaking through to the third level. Is this Ling Xiao still human? Blackpeak felt his whole body trembling. Yes, the current Hua Yu, except for the fact that he can't use divine energy, each of his attacks can reach the terrifying first level of the divine body realm. He can actually block it. The admiration in Bai Fan's eyes became more and more obvious. Not only did he block it, but his injuries weren't serious. He avoided all the vital points. Bai Yinlong sighed. Damn it, why don't you accept your fate of failure? Why? Go to hell right now. Hua Yu went from being confident to being anxious, and from being anxious to being shocked. He knew too well how terrifying his attacks were now. However, every attack was defused by Ling Xiao in an ingenious way. This guy seemed to know all of his weaknesses. What the hell? Didn't you eat? Or did he tire himself out from playing with women last night? This attack is really boring. Ling Xiao was actually under a lot of pressure. At this moment, he did not release his tyrant martial spirit. Therefore, every attack from his opponent could seriously injure him. He had to activate his Tai Chi Eye and pay close attention to the other party's every move. The reason why he was still provoking Zhang Xian was not because he wanted to win a battle of words, but because his Void-Shattering Finger needed a breakthrough. He had to fully stimulate the potential of the Sun God's remains. If the other party's attack wasn't strong enough, then it wouldn't do. All right, you want to be strong. I'll fulfill your wish. Saintess Jade Palm. To be honest, it was hard for people to accept hearing Hua Yu recite such a martial skill. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to let his imagination run wild. This was because the Saintess Jade Palm was truly terrifying. Hua Yu was sitting cross-legged in midair. He was like a bodhisattva, shining with holy light as he slapped out a huge palm. The air along the way was compressed and blasted toward Ling Xiao like an air cannon. Ling Xiao could feel that if he was really hit by this palm strike, he would be half dead if he didn't die. Dodging might be the wisest choice. However, Ling Xiao didn't. He raised his right hand and stretched out his fingers. The power of the Void-Shattering Finger was gathering crazily. I feel it. It's this power. Ling Xiao revealed a look of joy. Hua Yu had no idea what Ling Xiao's current expression meant. His Saintess Jade Palm was about to hit Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could still laugh? It was really unbelievable. However, in the next moment, he suddenly understood. Ling Xiao's finger was like a god's staff. A strange black hole appeared in the direction he pointed. Although the black hole was very small, it still had a terrifying effect. At that moment, the Saintess Jade Palm seemed to be torn apart by the devouring power. It was sucked into the black hole. It stopped abruptly. Including that terrifying power, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. So this is the so-called space creation. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. After the space created and the things absorbed disappeared, It would completely integrate into Ling Xiao's body and become Ling Xiao's own power. It was just a small black hole now, but in the future, it might become a large black tide. Just like how he used Universe Tyrant to swallow the ancient war tree. However, the two were fundamentally different. When Universe Tyrant swallowed the ancient war tree had to not resist. However, the void-shattering finger's devouring was completely different. It devoured without the other party's consent. What? He saw that the move he released with all his strength was easily broken by Ling Xiao. Hua Yu was dumbfounded. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Yu indifferently. His goal had been completely achieved. There was no need to continue wasting time. No, it's not over. I don't want it to end. Hua Yu roared angrily. However, the move just now had consumed too much energy. It caused the berserk state to become unstable. There was also a problem with the fusion of the Saintess portrait. It was obviously going to break free. Master, leave him to me. Cold Plum suddenly stood out and said, Up to you. Ling Xiao knew that Cold Plum was almost killed by Hua Yu. Now that there was a chance, he would let Cold Plum take revenge. At this moment, the few from the City of Gold directly knelt down. Ling Xiao's terrifying void-shattering finger made them feel as if they had seen a god at that moment. The rest were dumbfounded. They could not believe that this was real. Hua Yu lost. And it was after using the Berserk State and the Saintess portrait. If Ling Xiao had also used the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, it would not be surprising. However, from the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had not used any weapons. He was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. The pair of eyes in the darkness were also shocked. No, this kid is too strange. With just me and 100 nightmare nights, I don't have much confidence. It looks like we really need to find someone to help us. Without a sound, the demonic infant king and the 100 nightmare nights quietly left. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. If the demonic infant king dared to attack, he would definitely make him stay. However, since the demonic infant king chose to leave, he would not waste his energy. A demonic infant king and 100 nightmare nights were not to be trifled with. Saintess, please don't kill me. I am also the adopted son of the previous Saintess. If you kill me, the Saintess Palace will not let you go. The Saintess portrait was completely separated from Hua Yu's body and was held in Cold Plum's hand. Hua Yu had no strength to resist at all. He could only beg for mercy or use the Saintess Palace to pressure Cold Plum. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4590. Using the Saintess Palace to pressure me? Cold Plum sneered. Don't forget that I'm the Saintess of this generation. She killed Hua Yu after saying that. Now, all the people from the Saintess Palace in the world of souls were killed. Master, this is the Saintess painting. The fishbowl killing sword. It's a pity that his defensive artifact was destroyed in the battle. Cold Plum handed Hua Yu's storage ring and the 2 treasures to Ling Xiao. Keep them. Just give me the storage ring. Ling Xiao took the storage ring. As for the Saintess painting and the fishbowl killing sword, they were very suitable for Cold Plum. If he wanted Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, and Ling Xiao to rule the savage beast realm for him, he had to make them stronger. Of course, if there were things that were suitable for him, he would not refuse. However, he really had no use for them. This, Cold Plum was a little hesitant. I won't repeat myself. We've known each other for so long. Don't you understand? Ling Xiao waved his hand. Cold Plum finally accepted. However, in her heart, she felt that she owed Ling Xiao too much. No matter what, she had to help Ling Xiao as much as she could in the upcoming battle. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to become enemies with the entire 4 realms and 9 realms, she would stand up and support him. I'll give you one more thing. Ling Xiao had already transformed the ancient war tree into his martial soul. He directly injected it into Cold Plum's body. Using its domineering power, he merged the rest of the Plum Blossom martial soul into one. At that moment, Cold Plum's cultivation broke through again. However, Cold Plum did not say anything this time. Some things were better done than said. At this moment, the white silver dragon walked over. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, Junior brother Ling, Today's battle can be said to have broadened our horizons. If you enter the Golden City and need any help, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely help. You don't want the eternal fruit anymore? Ling Xiao joked. Junior brother Ling, please don't make such a joke. We wouldn't dare. Blackpeak smiled bitterly and said, I'm glad that I didn't become your enemy in the past. Otherwise, I would have regretted it to death. That's right. Luckily, senior brother Bai Yingen stopped me. Otherwise, I would have been a corpse by now. Bai Fan sighed. Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't show mercy. He used his own strength to win the respect of his opponent. Moreover, these people did not have a death grudge with him. What happened in the past could be written off. I, Ling Xiao, am a very simple person. If others don't make things difficult for me, I naturally won't make things difficult for others. Just remember this principle, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hearing this, the white silver dragon and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't let them go. If that happened, they would be in trouble. Goodbye. The white silver dragon also needed to look for his own opportunity, especially after witnessing the battle between Ling Xiao and Huayu. He understood that the world of souls was dangerous. However, it was also an extremely great opportunity. If he seized it, he might be able to break through to the divine body realm. As long as he reached the divine body realm, his status in the Golden City would immediately change. Master, I don't think anyone below the divine body realm is your match, right? Cold Plum said with a smile. Maybe. Ling Xiao smiled. The battle with Huayu made him understand a principle. Don't underestimate martial artists who are half a step to the divine body realm, especially Yu Chun and Zilin. Even if he didn't break through to the divine body realm, he might not be their match, unless he used the Black Lotus Demon Venerable. There was also Lang Qingqing and Wang Quan under the heavens. They were both half a step to the divine body realm who were stronger than Huayu. If they were to fight, he might not be their match. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, he had to continue to improve. The battle just now had increased the energy in his cultivation C to 30%. Although it wasn't much, he was satisfied as long as it was an increase. After all, that wasn't the biggest gain. Instead, it was the breakthrough of the void-shattering finger and white lotus scroll. Exciting! Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Emo Jiao and Little Gold arrived late. I saw your battle with Huayu from afar just now. You're really powerful. You're lucky that you're in the world of souls now. If you were outside, you would have become the target of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But my ambition isn't in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ever since Ling Xiao found out about the Eternal Desert, he had been thinking about it. He planned to go to the Eternal Desert after reuniting with the Moon Lady. He wanted to see the true meaning of this place. After all, the 4 regions and 9 worlds were just a grain of sand to the Eternal Desert. It was too small and inconspicuous. As a martial artist, he had to have the motivation to climb up. You're really ambitious. Hemo Jiao was stunned for a moment. He was really shocked by Ling Xiao's ambition. All he could see was the chaotic sand ocean. He didn't even think about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, Ling Xiao's vision was already on the Eternal Desert. There was indeed a huge gap between people. Of course, that's a matter for the future. I wonder if you've seen the people from the Eternal Palace? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He thought that he had the strength to kill Wang Quan under heaven now. As long as the Black Lotus Demon Venerable stopped Yu Chun, he would have a way to kill Wang Quan under heaven. This was a hatred that had been accumulated for a long time. Back then, Wang Quan under the heavens and I were just 2 people, and we flattened him and his country like ants. If the Black Demon hadn't appeared at that time, the nightmare wouldn't have been reversed. Therefore, he had to take revenge for this. He would kill Wang Quan under heaven, first to collect some interest. As for Wang Quan under heaven, sooner or later, he would kill him too. I haven't seen him, but the scouting matter is settled. We can take that shortcut. Emo Jiao said. Then let's go. Ling Xiao released Dong Huangyu and Jianhu. The 2 of them also needed to train in battle. They couldn't always hide in the Dongshang Emperor Ring, especially Dong Huangyu. He realized that his disciple was definitely a true genius. If she didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial soul, Her talent might be even scarier than his. Just now, he fought with Huayu. He worked hard to achieve a breakthrough in his martial technique. In the end, Dong Huangyu actually comprehended something and broke through to the 4th level of the Shattered Core realm. This girl really needed to be trained. If she was trained well, she would definitely become the greatest help by his side. Her talent was even scarier than Cold Plum, Little Gold, and Long Chun. How could there be such a genius in the world? The 5 of them sped up and headed towards the shortcut that Emo Jiao mentioned. The next mission was to help Little Gold get the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow Remnant Soul. He believed that after obtaining that thing, Little Gold's strength would break through. At that time, with the Divine Physique Realm Little Gold and Cold Plum by his side, Ling Xiao believed that he could at least do whatever he wanted in the Death Soul world. He just didn't know how strong the Death Soul Emperor was. However, the Death Soul Emperor that he saw so far was only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Divine Physique Realm. The Death Soul Emperor shouldn't be too strong. Chapter 4591. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Little Gold, Sword Tiger, and Dong Huangyu were in a group of 5. With Emo Jiao as their guide, the 6 of them headed toward the location of the Golden Crow's remnant soul. Along the way, they encountered many undead creatures that blocked their way. However, with the strength of these 6 people, it was naturally not a problem. They would kill as many as they came. The energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation sea also increased. The proficiency of the White Lotus Scroll continued to increase. However, they did not see the Undead King. Previously, Ling Xiao clearly felt the demonic Infant King's aura at the Ancient War Tree. However, he did not see it now. However, it was good that he did not see it. It was indeed troublesome to be targeted by a Divine Body Realm expert. Soon, the 6 of them arrived at the so-called shortcut. It was a very narrow gap, just enough for one person to pass through. Even the larger undead creatures would not be able to pass through. No wonder Emo Jiao said that there were very few undead creatures here. Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Little Gold smiled as he passed through the gap. He had to use the main path to reach the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul. However, there would be a lot of trouble along the way. Just the battle alone could tire them to death. After about 10 minutes, the 6 of them passed through the gap and arrived on the other side. This place is called the 9 Underworld's Demon Sea. Although it is just a large underground lake, it is indeed very large. This place is cold and terrifying all year round. It is very suitable for the undead creatures who like cold. It is because of the existence of the Golden Crow's remnant soul. Emo Jiao introduced. The 9 Underworld's Demon Sea is indeed very large. Ling Xiao looked around. This demon sea was at least 1 mile in radius. Because his Tai Chi eye could not see the end of it at all. Perhaps it was because the environment here was too cold. Therefore, there were very few undead creatures. Only some ice element undead creatures were active. It can't be wrong. This is the aura. Little Gold had the Golden Crow's remnant soul. Therefore, they had a special connection with each other. Once they were nearby, they would naturally be able to distinguish it. That's good. However, it is better to be careful. Maybe there is someone else here who knows. Ling Xiao reminded them. He didn't dare to let down his guard. The Shadow King and the Wisp King had both been killed by him. The dead spirit race probably hated him to the core. If he made even the slightest mistake, he was afraid that the other party would ferociously bite him. Yes, Xiao Jin nodded. A lot of trouble comes when you let your guard down. Everyone landed by the lake. Someone's here. The moment Ling Xiao landed, he smelled someone's aura. They're cultivators from the Savage Beast region. The martial artists of the Savage Beast region and the Deep Sea Dragon region all had their own unique traits. The former had the aura of wild beasts, while the latter had the aura of the deep sea. Come out. You're not anyone's new daughter-in-law. Little Gold said coldly. Zilin, could it be that you've become a coward as well? As soon as he finished speaking, 10 figures appeared almost at the same time. The ones in the lead were the few fellows that Ling Xiao had seen before. Cosmic Light, Purple Qilin, Blood Lightning, Blue Eye, Blackwood, Eagle Eye. There were 4 other people behind them. Their strength was not ordinary either. One of them was wrapped in a black robe, exuding an evil and terrifying aura. It actually covered the beast aura on his body. Seeing these people appear, Little Gold immediately released his fierce aura. It was definitely not a coincidence that these people had appeared here. Not many people knew that Little Gold needed the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul. What do you want? Little Gold said coldly. Golden Prince is really fickle. We're all from the Savage Beast region. Is there a need to be so guarded against us? Blue Eye chuckled and said, I didn't expect Golden Prince to be with that trash. Even Jianhu is here. What a disgrace to the Savage Beast region. The trash she was talking about was naturally Ling Xiao. Whether I'm trash or not, why don't we try it in bed? I promise I'll play you to death, you bitch. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. Brat, you're courting death. Blue Eye was instantly enraged. The 6 of them had gained something from this trip to the world of dead souls. Zilin broke through to the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Blue Eye was also a half-step Divine Physique Echelon cultivator. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Xianmu before, Xianmu had also reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. He was even stronger than before. Therefore, they looked down on Ling Xiao even more. Come on, bitch. Do you believe I'll slap you to death? Ling Xiao was the best at provoking people. He realized that the other party had more people, and they were not weak. Therefore, he wanted to defeat them one by one. Blue Eye was about to fall for it. However, she was stopped by Zilin. Enough, Blue Eye. There's plenty of time to kill him. Let's finish talking first. Yes. Blue Eye was respectful to Zilin and did not dare to disobey. Then, Zilin looked at Little Gold and said, Golden Prince, did Lord Beast Emperor give you the Beast Emperor badge? I don't know what you're talking about. Little Gold rolled his eyes and said, It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. Anyway, someone saw it with their own eyes and told us. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Beast Emperor badge. Otherwise, don't blame us for not caring about our kinsman. Not to mention that I don't have the Beast Emperor badge on me. Even if I did, you dare to snatch it. That's rebellion. Little Gold said coldly. Hee hee, rebellion? The Beast Emperor is senile. Why did he have to pass the throne to a trash like you? But he doesn't understand. The position of Beast Emperor of the Savage Beast region had always been held by the strongest existence. If you don't have the strength, you don't have the qualifications, Zilin said disdainfully. Seeing that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, we don't want to kill you. But don't be arrogant. Hand over the Beast Emperor badge obediently in exchange for your life. I think it's still worth it. In your King dreams, Little Gold sneered and said, Kill me if you want. If I, Little Gold, am afraid of you, then I'm not a man. Xiaojin also had a violent temper. How could he endure being forced to this extent? Golden Prince, you're really impulsive. Don't you think about your trash boss? If we fight, you might be able to protect yourself. But that trash will definitely die. Zilin sneered. It seems like I'm being looked down on. Ling Xiao was stunned. Damn, am I that useless? Everyone seems to think I'm trash. How annoying. Good. Let's settle old and new grudges together. Speaking of which, compared to Kingship of the World, I actually want to kill the 6 of you more. Although Kingship of the World and Kingship of the World were despicable, they didn't succeed. But these 6 had killed many Western region cultivators in the immemorial Divine Tomb. Those were Ling Xiao's people. As the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, he had the responsibility to seek justice for his people. Not to mention, these guys wanted to kill him the moment they saw him. Since they already had a death grudge, it was best to strike first and gain the upper hand. Chapter 4592. The Savage Beast region was publicly recognized as the second strongest force. It was second only to the Eternal Emperor region. Now, it was going against the Battle Alliance. Zilin looked at Emo Jiao and said, You're a martial artist from the Beast Deity Alliance, right? You won't help the Battle Alliance, right? Emo Jiao was so strong that even Zilin was afraid of him. Therefore, he had to figure it out beforehand. He won't help, Ling Xiao said. I don't need his help to deal with 10 trash like you. Emo Jiao smiled. Actually, He didn't want to get involved in the Patriarch Society's internal strife. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words were his thoughts. All right. Zilin looked at Emojiao, then looked at Jianhu. What about you? Do you really want to go all the way? We have to kill Xiao Jin today. Ling Xiao is the same. We'll die if we follow them. If they wanted to seize the Beast Emperor token, it would be a rebellion. Unless they killed Xiao Jin, the Beast Emperor wouldn't have a reason to attack them. On the contrary, I think you're courting death. Jianhu had witnessed how strong Ling Xiao was. In addition, Cold Plum had recovered and her cultivation had broken through to the second level of the divine physique echelon. She was extremely strong. Just the two of them were already terrifying. Young Master Jean should have broken through as well. Although he didn't get the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's Remnant Soul, he got the Phoenix Martial Soul. The other party only had Zilin, who was at the divine physique echelon. The outcome of the battle was clear. Haha, since that's the case, the 5 of you can die together. Zilin and the others didn't care about Donghuang Yu and Ling Xiao. As for Cold Plum, they didn't know that Cold Plum had used the Eternal Fruit and recovered. She was even stronger now. If he had known, there probably wouldn't have been this battle. Ling Xiao didn't expose them. He was going to kill the 6 of them anyway. As for the remaining 4, it would depend on his mood. Haha, a bunch of idiots. Emo Jiao shook his head. There was another reason why he did not make a move, and that was because he did not think that Ling Xiao and the others would lose. Ling Xiao had even killed Huayu, who had activated Berserk and the Holy Maiden Portrait. Among these beasts, perhaps only Zilin and Huayu were at the same level. The rest was not worth mentioning at all. Boss, I'm sorry for dragging you into this dispute. Xiao Jin felt a little helpless. Bullshit. I'm the one who wants to kill them. Listen up, brat. Ling Xiao laughed and scolded. He got it? Xiao Jin smiled and didn't say anything else. With such a boss, he didn't suffer any losses in his life. Let's fight. Xiao Jin looked at Zilin and the others. Don't think I won't kill you just because you're geniuses from the Savage Beast region. Since you insist on ruining my plans, then I'm sorry. Today, all of you will die. Xiao Jin had fused with the devouring demon fetus, so his body had a strong demonic nature. Being targeted by the other party in such a manner, it was only natural for him to be filled with killing intent. Kill. In the next moment, Little Gold took the lead to charge out, and her target was none other than Zilin. Jianhu and Donghuang Yu attacked at the same time. They clashed with Hawkeye and Lan Mao. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum didn't attack. The other side didn't seem to plan on attacking together either. Perhaps they felt that they would definitely win in a one-on-one fight, so there was no need to bully them with numbers. The Battle Alliance's actions caused the Savage Beast region's people to be stunned. These people really weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to attack them? Kill. Zilin didn't hesitate and charged at Xiao Jin. Lan Mao and Hawkeye smiled viciously and charged out together. The battle was about to start. I'll go kill that Ling Xiao. Xian Mu didn't want to wait. He still remembered the humiliation Ling Xiao had brought him in the City of Adventure. He definitely wouldn't forget it. Now that he had broken through, he definitely had to regain his face. Xiao Jin, just focus on Zilin. We'll deal with the others. Ling Xiao didn't want Xiao Jin to be distracted, because it was very obvious that Zilin was the strongest amongst the 10 of them. If Xiao Jin was distracted, she might not be able to defeat him. Boom. Zilin and Xiao Jin finally collided in the air. A dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry rang out. The water in the 9 underworld's demon sea surged with waves that were dozens of meters tall. You actually broke through too. Zilin was surprised. Hee, only you can break through, but others can't? You said I'm trash, but I think you're just an idiot. If we work together, the Savage Beast region's strength would definitely increase greatly. But you just had to come after me. You're really stupid. Xiao Jin floated in the air and sneered. Aren't you going to care about that trash of a boss? Xian Mu is much stronger than before. Zilin originally wanted to kill Little Gold the moment he came up, but now he realized that Xiao Jin had become stronger, so he could only give up for now. Instead, he used psychological tactics to weaken Xiao Jin. Really? You really are an idiot. I can call him boss. Do you think he's weak? Xiao Jin's eyes flashed with mockery. At this moment, Dong Huangyu was facing Lan Mao. Jin Hu was facing Hawkeye as well. As soon as they made contact, they sensed that something was wrong. This little girl's strength is far more terrifying than I imagined. Lan Mao tried to kill Dong Huangyu, but she was suppressed by Dong Huangyu. Of course, she still had to rely on the 9 Revolutions gourd and the jellyfish lava mirror. On the other side, Hawkeye was sent flying by Jianhu's punch. He rolled on the ground. Half-step divine physique echelon. Hawkeye realized in horror that he had underestimated Jianhu. But no matter how shocked they couldn't be more shocked by what happened next. Xian Mu was flying toward them. Ling Xiao only stretched out his hand. He didn't even draw his sword. White Lotus Divine Fist. The punch was earth-shattering. When Xian Mu realized that something was wrong, the terrifying fist energy had already wrapped around him. He felt that his organs were exploding and shattering. Boom. His entire body finally exploded. One move and he exploded. The rest of the people stopped fighting and looked over in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes. How can Ling Xiao be so strong? The martial artists of the Savage Beast region suddenly realized something terrifying. Perhaps they were here to ambush Xiao Jin. But in reality, they had jumped into a terrifying trap. They had underestimated the Battle Alliance's strength. This was troublesome. Actually, they couldn't be blamed for this. If they were outside, they would quickly find out what had happened to Ling Xiao when the news was flowing smoothly. But this was the world of souls. News was very limited. They would never know that Ling Xiao didn't just kill the martial artists of the Raging Flame Astral Plane, Thunderbolt Astral Plane, and Tempest Astral Plane. He also killed the Shadow King and the Willow, the Wisp King. He even killed the people of the Saintess Palace. If they knew, they wouldn't have let Xian Mu attack. They ended up in such a miserable state. Not even a corpse was left. Their entire bodies exploded into minced meat. Ha ha ha, Zilin. This is what you mean by wanting to kill my boss? What a joke. Xiao Jin laughed maniacally. Boss being so flashy made him feel good too. He felt that he had gained a lot of face. Chapter 4593. Cosmic Light, Shuele. You two attack together and kill that brat Ling Xiao. Zilin roared. He couldn't take this lying down. They just started fighting, and he'd already lost a powerful member. He was really worried that his prediction would become reality. Cosmic Light and Shuele charged at Ling Xiao, ignoring Cold Plum. In their opinion, Cold Plum hadn't recovered from her injuries, so she basically didn't have any combat strength left. I'll join in the fun too. The person who spoke was an unfamiliar fellow. Although he was also a member of the Savage Beast region team, Ling Xiao had never seen him before. He was extremely fast. As he spoke, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Who are you? Why are you in such a hurry to die? Ling Xiao avoided the other party's attack and asked calmly. Listen up. I'm a Wolf Clan martial artist from the Savage Beast region. That person was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to dodge his first attack. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. His body became much larger in an instant. He looked like a werewolf. Huge claws grabbed at Ling Xiao again. Scarlet flames burned on the claws. It should be a fire wolf from the Wolf Clan. Not only was this claw extremely sharp, but it also had a terrifying burning effect. Oh, so it's a little dog. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly stopped retreating. Terrifying divine power gathered in his fists, and he smashed them down. Just now, it was this punch that directly destroyed Xian Mu. But the fire wolf didn't seem to be afraid. I've already seen the power of your punch just now. It's indeed very strong, but it's not as strong as me. It was normal for him to have such confidence. After all, he'd been in the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm for many years. Xian Mu had just stepped into this realm. In terms of strength, he was definitely much more terrifying than Xian Mu. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cruel sneer. His fists were already smashing down. They collided with the fire wolf's claws. Crack. In that instant, the fire wolf's claws were as if they were made of porcelain. They were easily broken by Ling Xiao's fists, turning into fragments. Ah! The fire wolf let out a series of hysterical screams. At this moment, he finally realized that Ling Xiao might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was too careless. Hualang did not underestimate his opponent at all. He attacked with almost all his strength, but his arms were shattered the moment he attacked. Who could he find to reason with? Before the screams stopped, the person had already turned around and fled. Ling Xiao had become his nightmare. He didn't want to fight with this guy anymore. However, Ling Xiao's fist energy had not yet finished swallowing. How could he let him escape so easily? The fist force continued to move forward and landed on the back of the fire wolf. The fire wolf was sent flying dozens of meters away, falling into the 9 underworld's demonic sea. In an instant, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Oh, whoa! The fire wolf actually let out a howl, shattering the ice. His entire body turned into a huge fire wolf. He was 5 meters tall, and his entire body was burning with red flames. Perhaps this kind of beast transformation gave the fire wolf a little confidence, giving him the idea of taking revenge on Ling Xiao. In addition, he saw that Ling Xiao was already fighting with Shuelei and Zhouguang. He felt that there was hope for a sneak attack, so he endured the pain and opened his bloody mouth. A huge fireball was condensed. It aimed at Ling Xiao. The power was constantly accumulating. Stinky thing, I'll blast you to death. The fire wolf's heart was full of killing intent. He wished he could skin Ling Xiao, pull out his tendons, and tear him into pieces. Is what you said true? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly appeared beside him. Although his body was less than half of his, this cold voice scared him so much that he almost swallowed the accumulated energy in his mouth. If he really swallowed it, he felt that he would explode. Just as he was rejoicing, Ling Xiao's hand had already grabbed his mouth. And that hand seemed to have become a lot bigger, like a sharp beast's claw. You should keep this thing for yourself to enjoy. Boom. The energy that the fire wolf had been accumulating for a long time finally exploded in his stomach. His body was blown to pieces. Kid, how dare you? Stop. Idiot, you're going to kill me, and you're telling me to stop? What a joke. Ling Xiao's wound released a ball of flames, burning the fire wolf to ashes. No wonder you could survive my punch. So you have an emperor artifact with 1 dragon pattern. Unfortunately, it was frozen and cracked. Ling Xiao looked at the palm-sized heart protection mirror in his hand. Although it was only a heart protection mirror, the energy it released could protect his entire body. It was a bit of a pity. He casually tossed the Dharma treasure fragment away. The battle had only been going on for 5 or 6 minutes. 2 of the 10 people from the Savage Beast region had already died. Such a situation was something they had never even dreamed of. If these 2 people had died at Xiao Jin's hands, it would have been fine. But they weren't. These 2 people had actually been killed by Ling Xiao. And the entire process was so strange. Ling Xiao didn't seem to have killed 2 9th-stage shattered core cultivators. It was more like he had torn apart 2 scarecrows. How could it be so simple? Ling Xiao, how dare you kill Beast Emperor Palace's martial artists? You're courting death. Shuelei and Zhouguang had already caught up. They surrounded Ling Xiao and attacked him. Just now, Ling Xiao had used the Holy Ground Phantom. These 2 idiots naturally couldn't catch up to him. So what if I killed him? So what? Not only am I going to kill them, but I'm going to kill you too. Beast Emperor Palace is nothing. If you piss me off, I'll kill the Beast Emperor too. Ling Xiao had always been a lawless guy. After cultivating the Demon Dao and the Divine Dao, he had an arrogant and rebellious aura. It was fine if others didn't provoke him, but if they really did, as long as he didn't die, no matter who the other party was, he would definitely take revenge crazily. Prince Jean, did you hear that? He actually said he's going to kill the Beast Emperor. You actually still acknowledge someone like him as your boss? Zilin looked at Xiao Jin and said, if boss wants to kill the Beast Emperor, then the Beast Emperor must have done something unforgivable. Moreover, the Beast Emperor wouldn't be like you fools who are frogs at the bottom of a well. Compared to the Beast Emperor, Ling Xiao was the person Xiao Jin trusted the most. He wouldn't betray the Beast Emperor. But if the Beast Emperor became enemies with Ling Xiao, he would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side. Zilin's face darkened immediately. You really don't deserve the Beast Emperor token. You don't deserve it. Haha, it's not up to you to say whether I deserve it or not. I'm a prince. Who do you think you are? You're not even a prince. Xiao Jin mocked. Weren't you very proud just now? You said my boss was trash and would be killed by them soon. Now? Why aren't you showing off now? Lin was infuriated. All of you, attack together. Kill that Ling Xiao first. Don't worry about bullying him with numbers. He roared angrily. He had only fought one-on-one because he had underestimated his opponent. Now that he knew that Ling Xiao was a terrifying person, there was no need to do that anymore. The remaining 3 people pounced on Ling Xiao at the same time, including the black-robed guy who had never shown his face. Chapter 4594. Hee, all of you, this is more interesting. Ling Xiao looked at the black-robed man and felt that the guy's aura was not inferior to Lin at all. In fact, he was even stronger. However, he had even killed the Wisp King. What was there to be afraid of? Being surrounded by 5 people, Ling Xiao instantly released the Dragon God's Frost Array diagram. In a place like the 9th Underworld Demon Sea, it was cold to begin with. The power of the Dragon God's Frost Array diagram would also become even more terrifying. In an instant, the 5 people besieging him completely fell into a state of sluggishness. Everyone revealed an extremely terrified expression. The black-robed man's reaction was the fastest, but his speed was also greatly reduced by the outside world. Cosmic Light and Shuelei's reactions were slightly slower. In an instant, they were frozen into ice sculptures. The other 2 were even more miserable. Before they could make a move, they were already unable to move. At this moment, in the world of ice and snow, a terrifying frost divine dragon soared into the sky and fiercely pounced on the 2 weakest guys. When Ling Xiao fought, it was always to get rid of the weakest first. From weak to strong, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Boom! Those 2 people only revealed their faces, but they were swallowed whole by the frost divine dragon. In an instant, another 2 people died in battle. However, at this moment, the black-robed man revealed his true form. It was actually a pterosaur that only existed in the ancient era. Pterosaurs were a subdragon species and were much inferior to divine dragons and giant dragons. However, to be able to see it in this era was also quite surprising. That pterosaur stretched out its huge wings, which were more than 10 meters long. Although it was not very big, but relatively speaking, Ling Xiao was a small nut in front of it. Whoosh! The pterosaur spewed out a ball of blazing dragon's extinction, melting the ice sculpture and saving Cosmic Light and Shuelei. At this moment, Cosmic Light and Shuelei were both annoyed. They actually changed back to their original forms. The beast race originally evolved from demon beasts. Once demon beasts gained intelligence, they became beasts. However, in terms of combat strength, their strongest form was still their demon beast form. A cosmic light tiger that was more than 10 meters tall. A blood thunderbull that was more than 10 meters tall. In addition to that pterosaur that was more than 10 meters tall, Ling Xiao felt as if he had entered a zoo. Wild Thunder Purgatory. This move was the special skill of the Blood Lightning Martial Soul. It had the same effect as the Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman, but its power was even greater. Furthermore, this Wild Thunder Purgatory was continuous. It would not lose its effect as quickly as the Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman. The furious Shuelei wanted to kill Ling Xiao directly. He thought that he had underestimated his opponent and made a fool of himself. It wasn't because Ling Xiao was too strong. Shuelei was confident that in this Wild Thunder Purgatory, as long as one wasn't a divine physique realm martial artist, even if they weren't turned into ashes, they would definitely be severely injured. At this time, the violent lightning had already poured down on Ling Xiao's head. However, Shuelei was not satisfied with this. As he landed on the Wild Thunder Purgatory, he also rushed over. If the Wild Thunder Purgatory could not kill Ling Xiao, in that case, he would use the horns to pierce Ling Xiao. A crazed Blood Thunder Berserk Bull was very terrifying, running wildly through the world of ice and snow. Even the snow was melted by the wild thunder. The terrifying horn released a bright blood-red glow and suddenly grew to more than 10 meters long, piercing toward Ling Xiao. "Kid, go to hell." Shuelei's eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. However, Ling Xiao's face was still brimming with a calm smile. Was the violent lightning useful to him? Of course it was. If it was a divine physique realm martial artist, the violent lightning would definitely be able to hurt him. However, the problem was that Xuelei was only a half-step divine physique realm martial artist. The violent lightning was completely useless. The shadow of a blood thunderbolt demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. He opened his mouth and sucked all of the lightning into his mouth. What? Xuelei was shocked when he saw this. However, he had already rushed to within 20 meters of Ling Xiao. The 10-meter-long horn was about to pierce Ling Xiao. He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This time, he didn't use the White Lotus Divine Fist, because he knew that it was useless. Xuelei was much stronger than Xin Mu and Fire Wolf. Therefore, he took out the Heavenly Victory Sword. I'll show you something fierce. 12 Divine Beast Technique, 10th level. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Xuelei in one strike, so he definitely wouldn't show mercy. Neither the light nor the blood was as strong as the 12 Divine Beast Technique's 10th level. The 10 giant beasts gathered together. They turned into an extremely terrifying sword light. Crack! The sword light instantly shattered Xuelei's horn. However, the sword light didn't show any signs of stopping. It hit Xuelei's head. Xuelei's body was split into two. The giant bull body swayed for a moment, then fell to the ground. Xuelei was dead. Everyone in the Savage Beast region fell into a state of extreme shock and panic. Zilin was already being suppressed by Little Gold. When he saw the situation here, his expression changed drastically. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In his plan, they could instantly kill Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu. The remaining people would focus on Sword Tiger and Little Gold. They could finish the battle within 10 minutes. But now? The ones being killed were their own people. In just 10 minutes, 5 people had died. Zilin couldn't accept Xuelei's death. Xuelei and Zhouguang were second only to him. Of course, Pterosaur was an exception. He and Pterosaur weren't on the same side. Pterosaur belonged to the Divine Dragon Palace, while they belonged to the Beast Palace. They were just a team. Therefore, even if Pterosaur died, he wouldn't feel too bad. However, Xuelei's death almost made him explode. Ling Xiao was actually this strong? How is that possible? What are you looking at? You're going to die. On the other side, Lan Mu was also shocked by the situation. Dong Huangyu seized the opportunity just because she was distracted. The 9 Revolutions gourd released a terrifying light that pierced Lan Mu's dantian. Sigh, I'm still not as good as Master. It took me so long to kill you. Dong Huangyu sighed. She knew that although she broke through quickly, if it weren't for the 9 Revolutions gourd, she wouldn't have been able to kill so many enemies. Lan Mu is dead too. Out of the 10, 6 were dead. Now, there were only 4 left: Zilin, Zhouguang, Pterosaur, and Eagle Eye. Emojiao looked at the scene and shook his head gently. I've already said that I don't have to do anything. The combat strength of these guys is much more terrifying than I imagined. Tiger Soul actually offended such a terrifying person. He's really courting death. Sword Tiger, do you need my help? Dong Huangyu asked with a smile. No need. If I can't even defeat this guy, I'll lose face. Sword Tiger waved his hand and increased the speed of his attacks. Eagle Eye seemed to be having a hard time under his attacks. Pterosaur, don't tell me that you can't even kill Ling Xiao? Zilin said loudly. You don't have to provoke me. This guy killed 3 of my subordinates. I have to kill him. Pterosaur's expression wasn't good either. His mood wasn't any better than Zilin's. He brought 3 people with him, and all of them were dead. Moreover, they were all killed by Ling Xiao. He was definitely more anxious to kill Ling Xiao than Zilin. That's good. Quickly kill that guy, Zilin said fiercely. Chapter 4595. Zhouguang, go and kill that woman. Leave this kid to me. Pterosaur didn't want Zhouguang to be a hindrance here. He was a divine body first-level expert. Even Zilin might not be his match. Why would he be afraid of Ling Xiao? Understood. When Zhouguang saw Xuelei being killed by Ling Xiao, he already knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. If he stayed here, he might die too. He looked at Dong Huangyu, sneered, and charged over. I can't kill your master, but I can kill you too. Roar. At this moment, Pterosaur let out a roar. Its huge body whipped up a terrifying gust of wind. To be honest, Pterosaur wasn't as handsome as divine dragons, nor as domineering as giant dragons. It just looked more ferocious. Pterosaur was best at controlling dragon extinction. Coupled with its strong body, even Zilin would have a headache if he encountered it. Kid, you killed 3 of my subordinates. You'll have to pay the price. Pterosaur roared and swooped down. The gust of wind raged. The terrifying dragon extinction wrapped around his body, preventing the cold from affecting his movements. When Ling Xiao saw this, he put away the dragon god's frost array diagram. Since he didn't need it, there was no need to waste his true essence. Although he had a lot of true essence and potential, there was a limit to it. He couldn't use it carelessly. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Pterosaur, frowning slightly. He finally entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. This was the 9th Underworld Demonic Sea. Obviously, this transformation allowed him to unleash more combat power. Pterosaur swooped down at an extremely fast speed. He actually used the Raging Dragon Extinction as true essence. It wrapped around his body. His claws and wings were all over. The air sizzled as it burned. Cold Plum frowned slightly. Master, why don't you leave it to me? Cold Plum hadn't fought for a long time. She was itching to fight. No need. I'm having fun. Help me keep an eye on the surroundings. The demonic infant king is extremely cunning. He likes to attack suddenly. Ling Xiao smiled. The pterosaur was really strong. He was even stronger than Huayu. Huayu relied on the Saintess portrait and berserk transformation to increase her strength. On the other hand, the pterosaur was a true first-level divine physique echelon expert. It would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat this guy. But the more difficult it was, the more excited Ling Xiao was. It was not easy to find such an opponent. Let's give it a try. The 10th stage of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. This was the move that had instantly killed Shuele. This time, he used it again. The 10 giant beasts gathered together, setting off a terrifying storm of sword chi. Even the 9 underworlds' demonic ocean was shaken. Boom! The two sides collided. Ling Xiao felt an extremely terrifying pressure crashing down on his heavenly sword of Dongsheng. The sword chi condensed by the 10 giant beasts was actually shattered. The pterosaur's terrifying claws grabbed Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao was sent flying and fell into the 9 underworlds' Devil Sea. Ha 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 ha, Golden Prince, did you see that? Your boss has been crippled. He's done for. Zilin finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He believed that even if the pterosaur's attack did not kill Ling Xiao, it would definitely severely injure Ling Xiao. The following battle would be extremely easy. My boss won't die so easily, idiot. Little Gold did not care about Zilin's words at all. He knew Ling Xiao too well. Even if he was not a match for the pterosaur, he would not die so easily. It really hurts. In the 9 underworlds Devil Sea, the one who flew up was Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not seem to be injured at all. He was completely fine. There was not even a drop of blood. The smile on the pterosaur's face instantly disappeared. He had almost used his strongest attack in that attack just now. Other than not using any Dharma treasures, he had already attacked with all his strength. Even if Ling Xiao did not die, he should at least be injured, right? But why? Why was he not injured? This was simply inconceivable. The pterosaur looked at Ling Xiao with an extremely frightened expression. He could not accept this result at all. Impossible. What exactly is your body made of? No. What kind of defensive Dharma treasure do you have on you that can actually remain unharmed under my attack? The originally confident pterosaur finally panicked. Still want to come? Ling Xiao smiled and finally activated the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Facing a first-level divine physique echelon expert, he had to use all his strength. Otherwise, there was no chance of winning. However, he did not release the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Instead, it merged into his body. At that moment, the pterosaur was shocked to discover that Ling Xiao's aura suddenly increased greatly. His eyes were like 2 deep black holes that could suck people in. Pretending to be mysterious. The pterosaur was annoyed and charged toward Ling Xiao again. This time, his speed was even faster than before. The faster he was, the stronger his attack was. He absolutely didn't believe that a piece of trash in the third level of the core fragmentation realm could actually block the attack of a martial artist in the first level of the divine physique echelon. There was definitely no such thing in this world. It must be fake. It must be. Ling Xiao looked at the pterosaur and smiled again. He put away the heavenly victory sword. He raised his right hand. After the void-shattering finger was upgraded to the third level, the cooldown time had become 5 minutes. Therefore, Ling Xiao could be more at ease and use it boldly. Previously, he used the third level of the void-shattering finger to destroy Huayu. However, that was because he was lucky. Now, he really did not have the confidence to use the third level immediately. Therefore, he naturally had to use the second level this time. Even the second level of the void-shattering finger was more powerful than the 10th level of the 12 divine beasts technique. He was not looking down on his opponent. He was truly taking his opponent seriously. Moreover, this void-shattering finger was even used in the state of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Sky Tyrant, void-shattering finger, shatter the void. With a point of his finger, the sky seemed to shatter. The pterosaur realized that the space around him seemed to be falling apart. His eyes revealed an extremely terrified expression. What kind of move is this? This time, he was really scared. He tried to escape from the range of the shattered space. However, he suddenly realized that the space seemed to be moving with his body. No matter how fast he was, the space was still shattered. His body was shattering inch by inch. It was like broken glass. Ah! The pterosaur let out an extremely terrified scream. It scared the others so much that they stopped. Cosmic Light and Hawkeye's expressions were extremely ugly. They were even a little terrified. Emo Jiao revealed a shocked expression. It was the first time he saw Ling Xiao use such a heaven-defying martial skill as the void-shattering finger. A terrifying skill that could tear apart space was too powerful. Only Zilin's eyes flashed with a sneer. He did not even look at the pterosaur. Zilin, it's time to end it. After the pterosaur was killed by my boss, there was no more suspense in this battle. Xiao Jin laughed. You should take care of yourself first. Don't die before the pterosaur is dead. Zilin sneered. Everyone read. Chapter 4596. The pterosaur disappeared. It was completely erased by the void-shattering finger. However, Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of letting his guard down. He could feel that the moment the void-shattering finger took effect, the pterosaur escaped. It escaped with some special ability. Maybe it was a talisman? Or a Dharma treasure? Ling Xiao wasn't very sure. But he knew that the pterosaur wasn't dead. Be careful. At this moment, Cold Plum shouted. Ling Xiao also felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. He didn't turn around to look. He waved his arms and smashed out. Boom. The force of the impact was truly terrifying. Ling Xiao felt as if he was hit by a meteor. That feeling was really ferocious. Ling Xiao retreated hundreds of meters away. In that instant, he felt the force of the impact again. Damn it, are you addicted to fighting? Ling Xiao used the phantom of the holy ground to avoid the other party's attack. Only now did he see it clearly. The pterosaur's body seemed to have changed. Its originally gray body had now turned crimson red. A divine body first-level expert actually chose to go berserk in order to kill him? Huayu had used this berserk before. It could increase one's combat power by 10 times. It was quite powerful. Cold Plum, go and stop Zilin for Little Gold. Let Little Gold go and retrieve the 9 underworld's golden crow's remnant soul. I have a bad feeling about this. We might have to leave here quickly. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted in the battle. Got it. Cold Plum directly rushed towards Zilin. Saintus Kai Dai, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I won't show mercy. Zilin looked at Cold Plum and said coldly. Cold Plum didn't pay attention to him at all. She glanced at Little Gold and said, Go, Master and I are up there. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Understood. Little Gold directly rushed towards the 9 underworld's demon sea. Stop. How could Zilin let Little Gold succeed? He knew very well that once Goldie obtained the Nine Serenity's Golden Crow soul remnant, it would basically possess the complete Nine Serenity's Golden Crow soul. He was only one step away from becoming a complete Golden Crow. Do you think I don't exist? Cold Plum's cold voice sounded. He suddenly appeared in front of Zilin. A single punch sent Zilin flying several hundred meters away. Little Gold calmly entered the Nine Underworld's demonic sea. No one could influence him anymore. What? Zilin was extremely shocked. He had been shocked more than once or twice today. However, he was still extremely shocked. How can your injuries be healed? Zilin looked at Cold Plum in horror. He knew that Cold Plum's injuries could only be healed by the eternal fruit. Could it be that you have obtained the fruit of eternity? What do you think? Cold Plum smiled faintly. I'm sorry for scaring you. Scared? So what if your injuries are healed? I, Zilin, have never been scared of you. Zilin furiously roared out. His body started transforming, and just like the others, he transformed back into his original form. He was a gigantic flood dragon. A flood dragon wasn't a real dragon, but its body still contained the bloodline of a divine dragon. Therefore, its appearance was similar to a divine dragon, but it was much smaller and weaker. Do you think I'll be scared of you if I turn into a monster? Cold Plum said with disdain. She was at the second level of the divine physique realm. Zilin was only at the first level of the divine physique realm. There was no way he could compare with her. She didn't even need to release her martial soul to suppress Zilin. On the other side, Pterosaur stopped attacking and stared at Ling Xiao with a cold expression. If it wasn't for the substitute talisman, perhaps he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. What a terrifying guy. Ling Xiao, it's time for me to get to know you again. You're the scariest divine core warrior I've ever seen. But, compared to me after I go berserk, you're nothing. What's the point of talking so much? You said you were going to kill me since the beginning, but how many people do you have left? Only 4 of you. I've already killed 6 of you, but you still haven't learned your lesson. Ling Xiao mocked. I killed 6 pieces of trash. Boring. Pterosaur said with an indifferent tone. Hee, looks like you're not trash. I wonder who was the one who was forced to use the substitute talisman. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Pterosaur didn't say anything. His expression was gloomy. He had also returned to his beast form from his pterosaur form. The beast form might not be as fast and powerful as the pterosaur form, but it was more convenient for him to use martial skills. For him who went berserk, it was even more powerful. Clang. Not only did Pterosaur return to his beast form, he also took out a sword. The sword was a meter long, and it was actually an emperor weapon with 2 dragon marks. Right now, monarch armaments with 2 dragon patterns were really worthless. It seemed like there were all the top geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But emperor weapons with more than 3 dragon marks were still very rare. Ling Xiao had only obtained 2 from the Death Soul King. This sword looked like it was made from a dragon's tooth. It gave off the aura of a dragon. In pterosaur form, this fellow couldn't use magic treasures and could only barely use talismans. But in his beast form, he could use anything, and he was no different from a human warrior. If there was one difference, it would be that his physical body was stronger. This sword is called the Dragon Tooth Sword, and it is also the best among the Emperor weapons with 2 dragon marks. Even an Emperor weapon with 3 dragon marks can't match its sharpness. What's even more terrifying is that it has a special effect. Do you want to know? I won't tell you. Pterosaur sneered. I underestimated you before, so I didn't use the Dragon Tooth Sword. Now, let's start again. Under my Dragon Tooth Sword, how many moves can you take? Although the pterosaur in his beast form did not have his huge body, he still exuded a terrifying demonic aura. The impact it gave off was definitely not inferior to his original form. Coupled with the Dragon Tooth Sword, it was truly terrifying. 10 moves. At most 10 moves, I'll make you pay with your blood. As the pterosaur's cold voice sounded, the surrounding air seemed to be about to condense. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying killing intent rushing towards him. This killing intent made all the cells in his body jump with joy. The potential cells worked desperately, releasing a terrifying potential. They wanted to let Ling Xiao fight with this terrifying existence. Flapping the pair of flesh wings behind him, the pterosaur launched an attack. In just an instant, he had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The dragon-toothed sword stabbed into Ling Xiao's body. Chi. A hole was torn in Ling Xiao's divine demon black tortoise body. Blood flowed out. Ling Xiao was once again sent flying. Good fellow, whether it's speed or strength, it simply skyrocketed. Previously, the pterosaur was unable to leave the slightest trace of a wound on his body, but now, it actually tore a huge hole. This was very telling. Get out, I know you're not dead. Looking at the surface of the 9 underworld demon sea, the pterosaur roared angrily. Ling Xiao slowly floated out of the water. A smile bloomed on his face. Just by enduring this attack, his cultivation sea's energy had increased by 10%. It seemed that fighting with his life on the line could indeed increase his cultivation faster. He was playing with his life now. End of this chapter. Chapter 4597. Sky Tyrant 12 Divine Beast Technique, 10th level. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, he actually took the initiative to attack. 10 giant beasts came from the void. The strength of each beast was far stronger than before. This attack was definitely at least 10 times stronger than the one he used to kill Shuele. You have guts. Seeing Ling Xiao attack, the pterosaur sneered. The dragon-toothed sword in his hand condensed vital essence. He slashed out a dragon-shaped sword energy. Boom. The 2 sword energies exploded in the void. Ling Xiao's attack with all his strength only pushed the pterosaur back by more than 10 meters. And he also retreated hundreds of meters away. Emo Jiao frowned. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao did this. Wouldn't he be able to end the battle quickly if he let Black Lotus Demon Venerable attack? Of course, he didn't understand. Ling Xiao's goal was to continuously improve his strength. The battle itself wasn't the key. Even the outcome wasn't the key. Only the continuous improvement of his strength. Only then could he survive. Only then could he achieve his goal. 40%. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with madness. Every time he increased the energy in his cultivation sea by 10%, his combat strength would double. He believed that the other party had also noticed it. His strength was constantly increasing. The pterosaur's face was very ugly. He didn't have any intention of showing mercy in the previous attack. He just wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But the result wasn't satisfactory. Not only did Ling Xiao not die, but he seemed to have become stronger. What kind of F***king monster is this? The pterosaur was very annoyed. He was very angry. The dragon-toothed sword in his hand seemed to feel his anger. It actually changed. It turned red, and there were 3 dragon patterns on it. Damn it, he really wants to kill me. Ling Xiao felt the pressure. If this continued, he would really be killed. He considered whether to release Black Lotus Demon Venerable. Otherwise, he definitely couldn't defeat this powerful guy. But he couldn't let go of the best opportunity to improve. I'm going all out. Nothing ventured. Nothing gained. Ling Xiao did not invite Black Lotus Demon Venerable out in the end. After all, he had yet to reveal all of his trump cards. Sun God Blood Fiend Diagram. This was Ling Xiao's most powerful array diagram. Sun God's special skill. It had the Bloodthirsty Plague, Earthen Golden Light, and Sanguinary Rat Demon. Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for his opponent in terms of strength and speed. However, if the other party had a way to increase his strength, did he not have one as well? Now, the second level of the Sanguinary Rats had increased their battle prowess tenfold. Within the range of the Child God's Blood Fiend diagram, there were no aftereffects. It could even be activated for as long as the formation existed. His combat prowess was already incomparably strong. If it was increased by 10 times, it would be even more terrifying. In addition, the Sun God's Blood Fiend array diagram continuously weakened the enemy. As long as the pterosaur was unable to withdraw from the battle in time, it was basically done for. Coupled with the effects of the infinite Golden Light spell, the Golden Light spell was still in effect. So what if it was a pterosaur? In the end, he still ended up being toyed to death by him. Ocean God Yellow Springs Formation Diagram, Divine Dragon Frost Diagram. Ling Xiao's array wasn't finished yet. The 3 diagrams overlapped. Terrifying incantations flashed continuously. The pterosaur was stunned. He had heard of this array diagram before. It was a special skill of a martial soul. However, he had never heard of someone being able to use 3 diagrams at the same time. This was simply too despicable. Not only was the pterosaur weakened by the child god's blood fiend array diagram, but it was also constantly attacked by the 9 underworld water of the ocean god's Yellow Springs formation. It was extremely annoying. In addition, the divine dragon frost diagram had a terrifying freezing ability. He suddenly felt that he wasn't fighting a martial artist, but nature. Escape light. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared above the pterosaur's head and slashed down with his sword. Although it wasn't very powerful, it still tore open a wound on the pterosaur's body. Of course, this was all thanks to the East Victory Heavenly Sword and the Frost Diagram's terrifying cold energy. As long as one was frozen, one's body would become extremely weak. Injuries were inevitable. It was too difficult for the pterosaur to resist 3 diagrams at the same time. Moreover, Ling Xiao was now in the state of the Sky Tyrant martial soul and had also activated the 2nd layer of the Bloody Devil Rat. A tenfold increase. His combat strength was no less than a martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Physique Echelon. It was normal for the pterosaur to be injured. Low blood. Taking advantage of the pterosaur's injury, Ling Xiao attacked again. This time, it was even more terrifying. It directly cut off one of the pterosaur's arms. Dragon extinguishes hell. The pterosaur finally couldn't take it anymore. He also used his martial soul special skill. Dragon extinguishes hell. A pitch-black space was enveloped in the 3 layers of the array diagram. Dragon extinguishes hell filled the entire space. It protected the pterosaur. Dragon extinguishes hell? Huh? Interesting. Unfortunately, I'm your nemesis. What should I do? Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. He finally took out the ghost lantern. Withdraw. As his voice sounded, the dragon extinguishes hell's flames were completely absorbed by the ghost lantern. The pterosaur revealed a terrified expression. He clearly saw that there were 9 dragon patterns on the ghost lantern. The Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. You. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? The pterosaur couldn't believe that this was real. Don't worry, I don't need this thing to kill you. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He took out the ghost lantern because he felt that it was a pity that the dragon extinguishes hell was destroyed. Otherwise, he would have many ways to destroy the dragon extinguishes hell. Without the dragon extinguishes hell, not only did the pterosaur consume a large amount of true essence, but he was also attacked by the terrifying effects of the 3 array diagrams again. He finally had the idea of escaping. However, would Ling Xiao let him escape? Every time the pterosaur appeared in a place, Ling Xiao would be waiting there. Every time, it was the same attack. Although it couldn't kill him, it made him suffer. Gradually, the pterosaur discovered a terrifying thing. He found that his stamina and true essence had been consumed by more than half for no reason. What did you do? He shouted in horror. He couldn't even maintain his berserk state, and the dragon-toothed sword in his hand returned to its original state. It's too late to realize it now. In order to thank you for helping me increase my cultivation, I'll give you a quick death. Ling Xiao didn't have the habit of showing mercy. He knew very well that underestimating any enemy would cost him a heavy price. In the past, when Grandpa Hong Chi told him about those monsters, there were always some good or bad people who were soft-hearted. Or they underestimated the enemy and let the enemy go. In the end, they suffered painful revenge. Either their relatives were killed or their friends were destroyed. Ling Xiao didn't want that kind of price. Therefore, the pterosaur had to die. None of the enemies here could be left alive. It's over. Void shattering finger. Shatter the void. Ling Xiao didn't believe that the other party would have a second substitute talisman. That kind of substitute talisman was extremely precious, and it wasn't easy to get one. 2. Impossible. So what if there was? If he could kill the other party twice, he could kill the other party 3 times. No! The pterosaur cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. The space was distorted and shattered. Chapter 4598. This time, nothing unexpected happened. The pterosaur was completely shattered by the void-shattering finger. Ling Xiao stood there and sensed for a moment. As expected, he could no longer sense the other party's aura. He smiled. The battle with the pterosaur had increased his cultivation sea's energy by 50%. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he leveled up again. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. It turned out that Eagle Eye was finally killed by Sword Tiger. At the moment before his death, Eagle Eye was filled with despair and fear. He saw the pterosaur and the others being killed by Ling Xiao with his own eyes. He was already filled with endless fear toward Ling Xiao. He was at a loss when facing Ling Xiao. That moment of distraction was the key to his death. Zhou Guang realized this terrifying thing and turned to flee. His speed was the fastest among the 10 savage beasts. Dong Huangyu couldn't catch up to him at all. Even Imo Jiao might not be able to catch up to him. Before Ling Xiao managed to kill the pterosaur, this fellow had already slipped away. Perhaps he had already imagined the tragic ending. However, his departure couldn't change anything. Imo Jiao glanced at Ling Xiao. As long as this kid was here, even if Zhou Guang was still alive, what was the point? It was fine if he lived obediently. If he dared to complain, what awaited him would be terrifying annihilation. Imo Jiao was just curious about Ling Xiao and wanted to win over Ling Xiao. However, after this battle, he deeply understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. This was definitely someone who wouldn't rely on others. It was better not to waste time. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up. It turned out that Zilin was blasted down by Cold Plum's palm. Zilin also thought of running away, but it was useless. In front of Cold Plum, a terrifying existence at the second level of the divine physique echelon, it was too difficult for him to escape. 1,000 miles divine travel talisman. The moment Zilin fell to the ground, he used his last life-saving technique. This talisman could allow him to teleport 1,000 miles away in an instant. He swore that he would never appear in front of Ling Xiao and the others again. This time, out of the 10 people who tried to stop the Battle Alliance's team, only 2 were left. Moreover, they were all fleeing in panic. This was truly tragic. Master, I'm sorry. That guy got away. Dong Huangyu said helplessly. Forget it. Since he has escaped, then so be it. If he is obedient, then all is well. Otherwise, he will still die without a burial ground. Although Ling Xiao wanted to kill all of these people, he didn't want to. However, there were some things that were beyond his control. Moreover, he wasn't afraid. His mentality was completely different from when he first entered the world of souls. Now, he had the mentality of a powerhouse. At that time, he would have to consider who he was afraid of offending. With the increase in his strength, he was no longer afraid of encountering danger. However, he was still looking forward to it. For example, he was looking forward to meeting someone from the Eternal Emperor's domain. Back then, the royal authority of the Eternal Emperor region was so high and mighty. Even now, he could still clearly remember the look of disdain on his face. He couldn't wait to tear that face apart, throw it on the ground, and stomp on it a few times. In the past, he didn't have such strength, but now, he was extremely powerful. The Savage Beast region team was just a practice. The team from the Eternal Emperor region was an even stronger target. After all, they were the number 1 force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It wasn't just the royal authority. He also remembered Yu Qin's arrogant face clearly. Before entering the world of souls, Yu Qin had told him not to meet them. Otherwise, she would kill them. Now, Ling Xiao really wanted to ask Yu Qin in person. Your grandpa is here. What can you do to me? The Battle Alliance's team strength had increased in all aspects during this trip to the world of souls. Ling Xiao didn't need to be mentioned. Cold Plum obtained the Eternal Fruit and the Ancient War Tree. Not only did she recover from her injuries, but her cultivation also rose to the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. Jinhu broke through to the half-step Divine Body Realm. Dong Huangyu was currently at the 5th level of the Core Fragmentation Realm. With her breakthrough speed, her cultivation would probably be even more terrifying after leaving the world of souls. As long as Little Gold obtained the 9 Underworld Golden Crow's remnant soul, his cultivation would definitely rise again and reach the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. Whoever dared to look down on the Battle Alliance's team now was simply courting death. Just as Ling Xiao was letting his imagination run wild, the 9 underworld demonic seas suddenly thawed. The surrounding cold air seemed to have disappeared in an instant. The surface of the water kept rolling. The dead spirits in the distance seemed to have noticed this change. They all came over here. Ling Xiao smiled. Little Gold should have succeeded. As expected, Little Gold flew out of the 9 underworld demonic sea. He shouted excitedly, "Boss, it's done." But it's not the complete Golden Crow's soul. I don't know where the remnant soul is. I feel like there's only one piece left. These remnant souls are about the same size. Congratulations. Seeing the terrifying aura of the second level of the divine body realm gushing out of Little Gold's body, Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Don't talk about me. Boss, you're the awesome one. Although I'm at the second level of the divine body realm now, I don't dare to say that I'm your match. Little Gold smiled bitterly. He was definitely not flattering. From the last few battles, he had already discovered how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. It made him feel a strong sense of worship. Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore. Ling Xiao kept his spoils of war and continued to head towards the depths of the world of souls with the others. Up until now, his biggest goal in the world of souls had yet to appear. It was the remnant soul of the undying god. Void-shattering finger had 3 layers. He believed that the cosmic light divine fist also had 3 layers. It was just that he hadn't fully explored it yet. Ling Xiao. On the way, Emo Jiao looked at Ling Xiao and said solemnly, "Are you willing to join our Beast Deities Union? You're also a Beast Deities Union martial artist. Our Beast Deities Union doesn't have that many broken rules. Freedom, very enjoyable. We're all brothers." Including the Tiger Soul? Ling Xiao said coolly, "Your esteemed self is truly exaggerating a little. The so-called freedom doesn't exist at all. The so-called brothers only exist in dreams. Moreover, I'm now a martial artist of the Golden Heavens region. As long as the Golden Heavens region doesn't target me, I won't leave." He wasn't the kind of person who would change his mind. Of course, if the majority of the people in the Golden City were against him, he wouldn't stay like a fool. At least, that wasn't the case now. The 3,000 sacred cities were basically under his control. There were also seniors like the Fire Emperor in the Golden City. He had no reason to leave. Even if he went to the Beast Deities Union, he would still be ostracized. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Emo Jiao smiled awkwardly. He was indeed exaggerating. It wasn't that the Beast Deities Union didn't have rules. It was just that the rules weren't that rigid. Not everyone in the Beast Deities Union was brothers. There were also conflicts between the same sect. Sorry, pretend I didn't say anything. But if you really can't stay in the Golden Heavens region anymore one day, come. Find me. Emo Jiao smiled. It was a friendly invitation. Chapter 4599. Emo Jiao was a straightforward person, and Ling Xiao liked to make friends with this kind of person. What he hated the most were those who acted like hooligans and spoke without a single word of truth and hypocrisy. Everyone stopped talking and headed out of the 9 underworld's Demon Sea. The deeper they went into the world of dead souls, the more regular the activity of the dead souls became. It was no longer as crazy as before. However, Ling Xiao found something strange. It seemed that some of the dead souls were in a hurry, and a large number of troops were on the move. He didn't know what had happened. They shouldn't be looking for trouble with me, right? Ling Xiao thought to himself. If they were, these dead souls wouldn't have ignored him. Could it be that something had happened in the dead souls? Thinking of the plan mentioned by the warriors of the 9 underworlds, he suddenly had a bad premonition. They all seemed to be heading in the same direction. Emo Jiao frowned and said, "It's rumored that the imperial city of the Dead Souls Emperor is there? The legendary city of no return?" Xiao Jin asked. "Yes. The imperial city of the Dead Souls Emperor is the city of no return. You should know from the name. Once you go there, you will never come back." After saying that, Emo Jiao suddenly shivered. Is there really no return? Has no one ever come back from there? Ling Xiao asked. No, not a single one. It's rumored that back then, 13 emperors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds went to the city of no return together, but none of them returned alive. Because of this, it caused a long period of shock in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Mo Jiao explained, "Of course, this is what I heard from others. It might not be true." "That's not right. Isn't the world of dead souls not allowing warriors under the age of 100 to enter?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "This is also what I'm doubtful about. It's rumored that the world of dead souls had just been discovered at that time. The 13 emperors received a mysterious invitation, so they all entered the world of dead souls. Since then, the invitation has never appeared again." Mo Jiao explained, "It sounds really scary. Do we really have to go to that place? What if we can't come out?" Jianhu said as he shuddered, "Let's go take a look first. The treasure we're looking for isn't there anyway." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Although it is scary, it is also very challenging." He was not a lunatic. He would not joke about the lives of others or himself. If the city of no return was really dangerous, he would definitely not go in. However, a rumor was a rumor after all. If he were to shrink back because of a rumor, then it would be a little too laughable. Furthermore, they still couldn't find any traces of Yuxin's relics. Perhaps it was in the city of no return. Perhaps Ling Xiao really wanted to give it a try. You have to think carefully. Although the rumors might not be true, some things can't be faked. The disappearance of 13 sovereigns from the 4 regions and 9 worlds had been recorded in the annals of history. It shouldn't be fake. Mo Jiao reminded, "I know what to do." Ling Xiao smiled and left. Xiao Jin and the others followed closely behind. Mo Jiao sighed helplessly. This fellow is truly a madman. Only a madman could possess such a terrifying cultivation speed. Forget it. No matter what, let's go and take a look first. I haven't completed the mission that the Alliance leader gave me. It might be in the city of no return. Thinking of this, Mo Jiao's eyes suddenly became determined and he followed behind. On another road that was very far away from the 9 underworld demon sea, many people followed the Death Spirit clan's martial artists and headed towards the city of no return. The city of no return seemed very far away. They could only vaguely see a huge silhouette. It was like a monster in the fog. The 10 people walking at the front were the martial artists from the Eternal Emperor region. The person in the lead was Yu Qian. He had already broken through to the first level of the Divine Physique echelon. Wang Quan under the heavens, who was walking beside him, had also broken through to the first level of the Divine Physique echelon. Other than the 2 of them, there was another person called Wang Quan, who had also broken through to the first level of the Divine Physique echelon. The other 7 people were all half-step Divine Physique echelon. The number 1 force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds was really terrifying. Even after entering the world of dead souls, everyone had their own opportunities. They were still a terrifying existence that was second only to the Battle Alliance's team. We have already obtained the 9 lightning body tempering pill. As for the other 3 items, we don't know who has it. Wang Quan smiled. No matter who took them, they will belong to us in the end. Wang Quan said domineeringly. Just like his name, he was not only tall and strong, but he also had a domineering personality. The other teams followed them from afar, not daring to get close. They were afraid of offending these 10 fiends. After entering the world of dead souls for so long, there were not many teams that could keep their teams intact. Perhaps only the Eternal Emperor region and the Battle Alliance's team were left. There seemed to be one more person in the Battle Alliance's team. However, it made sense. With 3 Divine Physique echelon experts, even the 13 Death Spirit Kings would not dare to get close. I guess those items are most likely in the hands of the martial artists from the Savage Beast region, Heaven's Sacred Ground, Golden Sky region, and Raging Flame Astral region. The other forces are all trash. One of them said in disdain, "Don't say that. We are all martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We should love each other." Wang Quan smiled. However, his expression was completely different from what he said. It was obviously a mocking expression. Don't underestimate them. Zilin, Golden Prince, Silver Zilong, Lang Qingqing, and Sheng Yu are not to be trifled with. Yu Chun reminded him. Although he was powerful, he was also a cautious person. However, along the way, I seem to have heard some strange rumors. They say that Ling Xiao killed the Shadow King. One of them said in a low voice. T. Wang Quan's anger was immediately ignited. He could not accept any words that said Ling Xiao was powerful or good. No matter how bad the Shadow King is, he is still a first-level divine physique echelon expert. Moreover, this is his territory. How could he be killed by that trash? Wang Quan roared, F***CK. A stinking bug from the West region is qualified to enter the world of dead souls with us. I feel disgusted just thinking about it. Sooner or later, I will stomp this stinking bug to death and let him know that no matter how hard he works, he is only worthy of being a stinking bug forever. He should be stomped to death. When he thought about how his body was destroyed by such an ant, he was furious. He felt that it would be a stain on his life. Wang Quan, you are too emotional, Yuchen said coldly. Since you know he is a stinking bug, why bother? If you see him, just kill him. In the world of dead souls, no one will stop us. That's true. Wang Quan calmed down a little. Previously, he was indeed a little afraid of Ling Xiao. However, he had now broken through to the first-level divine physique echelon. What could Ling Xiao do to him? A stinking bug was not even worth mentioning. Actually, you don't have to bother with that country bumpkin. I understood that the emperor would never betroth his daughter to a country bumpkin. The story of a princess marrying a commoner in the secular world is just a lie. Moreover, this is the world of martial artists. The disdain in Yu Chen's eyes deepened. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4600. Boom. While they were talking, a shocking tremor came from the direction of the city of no return. Yu Chen and Wang Quantian shut their mouths and looked in the direction of the fog in fear. It was as if a corner of the sky had been torn open, and they could vaguely see a corner of the city of no return. It was a door that they couldn't see the top of. On both sides of the huge door, there were two huge skeletal sculptures. The skeletal sculptures seemed to be holding something in their hands, but they couldn't see it clearly because they were too far away. Although the world of souls was dark, the city of no return was different. However, in the direction of the city of no return, it was even stranger. It was so dark that it seemed to be able to completely absorb the surrounding light. The city of no return is really going to appear. Yu Chen was trembling with excitement and fear. As a genius of the Eternal Palace, he had heard of the legend of the city of no return. However, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. The dark city was like a demon that always lurked in the darkness, terrifying and mysterious. However, it also had a fatal attraction. Speed up! Yu Chen shouted and sped up. As they got closer to the city of no return, they could see countless dead spirit creatures lying on the ground. They were trembling with fear as if they were worshipping something. The terrifying aura coming from the city was getting stronger and stronger. Yu Chen felt more and more pressure, and he gradually slowed down. Is the dead spirit emperor going to appear again? The first time he appeared, he made the 4 regions and 9 realms lose 13 sovereigns. What will happen this time? Wang Quantian was also watching in fear, and he even forgot about Ling Xiao. This was simply too shocking. Should I go over? Yu Chen was struggling with his heart. The legend of the city of no return was too terrifying. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. The 13 sovereigns back then had just entered the divine body echelon. However, they were much stronger than them. After all, the mountain and river martial soul hadn't appeared at that time. It was already very impressive for a martial artist to reach the divine body echelon. Senior brother Yu Chen, let's go back. I feel like something terrible is going to happen. Wang Quantian was trembling all over. He wasn't a coward. However, the aura of the city of no return was too terrifying. Even Yu Chen was scared, let alone him. What are you afraid of? Moreover, even if everyone else dies, the cultivators of our eternal emperor region will definitely not die. Wang Quan said indifferently, furthermore, think about it. There must be a lot of treasures in such a terrifying place. Monarch weapons, cultivation technique manuals, heaven and earth treasures. Isn't that what we came here for? Go. Yu Chen gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. The appearance of the city of no return is completely random. They only appeared because of certain things and certain people. This was a good opportunity for him. If he were to miss it, he might never get another chance to enter again. Don't you want to rule the world? Don't you want to surpass your elder brother? Don't you want to trample a bug like Ling Xiao under your feet forever? Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, are you going to back down? I'm going all out. A greedy look appeared in Wang Quan's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Just as they made their decision, they discovered that several teams were rushing over from different directions. Golden Sky Region, Abyss Devil Realm, Heaven's Sacred Ground, Inferno Astral Boundary, Tempest Astral Boundary, Lightning Astral Boundary, etc. It seems like everyone is missing. Why isn't Gu Yin among the Inferno Astral Boundaries team? Wang Quan asked doubtfully. Lei Fei from the Lightning Astral Boundary is also missing. Feng Yun from the Tempest Astral Boundary is also missing. Why is the Deep Sea Dragon region in such a miserable state? Is Sea Lion Hero the only one left? Oh my god, what happened? This strange situation stunned everyone from the Eternal Emperor region. They should have been killed. Yu Chun said in a deep voice, the world of death is filled with danger. They were probably killed by the Death Soul King. The White Silver Dragon did well. It seems like the Golden Sky region is only missing 2 people. There are still 8 people left. Since they have all gone up, all the more reason for us to go up. We must take advantage of the fact that the Savage Beast region hasn't arrived yet. Wang Quan said anxiously, our combat strength is the strongest now. Let's go. Follow me. Yu Qin didn't want the Eternal Emperor region to lose a single person because that was his pride. Since he was the one leading the team, there must be 10 people leaving as well. Treasure. Wang Quan almost drooled as he followed closely behind. The rest didn't hesitate either. After all, the Eternal Emperor region's team only had 10 people. Moreover, there were 3 Divine Physique Echelon Realm and 7 Half-Step Divine Physique Echelon Realm. Why would such a powerful team be afraid? On the other side, Ling Xiao and the rest also saw the terrifying City of No Return. It was as if there was a terrifying ghost in the darkness. I can feel it. Although it was just a faint aura, Ling Xiao could really feel it. It was the aura of Yushin. Why is Yushin in the City of No Return? What is this City of No Return? What is the Death Soul Emperor? Ling Xiao had too many questions in his mind. This terrifying city was getting more and more attractive to him. Quick, the gate is already open. Many people are rushing in. What a bunch of lunatics. Aren't they afraid of death? The scene captured by the Tai Chi made Ling Xiao smile bitterly. As expected, martial artists were basically all lunatics. If they weren't, they wouldn't be getting stronger. Ling Xiao put Dong Huangyu, Jianhu, Cold Plum, Little Gold, and the demonic flood dragon into the Dongshang Emperor ring. He was in a hurry. In terms of speed, no one here could compare to him. Even Little Gold didn't want to. After putting everyone into the Dongshang Emperor ring, Ling Xiao executed the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. He moved forward rapidly like a ghost. The closer he got to the City of No Return, the greater the pressure he felt. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have found something he liked. Every cell in his body was jumping with joy. Huge gate. A crack had opened and was now closing. If Ling Xiao wasn't fast enough, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. The moment he flew into the gate, he seemed to see the huge skeletons on both sides of the gate, giving him a creepy smile. A voice rang in his ears. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. However, there was no time for regrets. The huge gate behind him closed. This is the City of No Return? It doesn't seem that impressive. Wang Quan's world looked at the surroundings in disdain. It didn't seem any different from an ordinary city. It was like a courtyard. The courtyard was huge. It had a radius of about 1 mile. Everyone who entered this place would be able to relax and stay here. However, strange cries and sobbing could be heard from afar. It was annoying. Don't be careless. Since the City of No Return has a bad reputation, it must have something special. You might lose your life if you're careless. Yu Chun reminded. Yu Chun was a cautious person. Therefore, all 10 people from the Eternal Emperor domain survived. If it was Wang Quan's world or Wang Quan's world leading the team, all of them would be dead. End of chapter. Chapter 46:01. The number of martial artists in the courtyard was much more than expected. It seemed like many of them didn't enter this time. It seemed like many teams like the Saintis Palace had been here for a long time. There were more than 1,000 people here. Everyone was attracted by the surroundings. There was no battle yet. After all, the treasure hadn't appeared yet, so killing each other wasn't a wise thing to do. Why don't I see those bastards from the Battle Alliance? Wang Quan's world looked around. As a divine body realm expert, he was a little arrogant. They're bastards. Be careful when you say that. The white silver Zilong's voice was heard. What do you mean? Wang Quan's world stared at the white silver Zilong and realized that this guy had also broken through to the divine body first level. He frowned slightly and said, "Don't you think they're bastards? Other than the Golden Prince who has some strength, the others are all trash. The Kaidai Saintess is also trash. She can't even fight. As for the Golden Prince, he's also trash now." Wang Quan's world was actually quite calm when dealing with other teams, but as long as the Battle Alliance was involved, he couldn't control his emotions at all. Like a mad dog, it began to bark wildly. The white silver Zilong sneered and said, "You keep saying that others are trash, but in my opinion, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. When the Battle Alliance's team arrives, I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wits." Ha ha ha. I'd like to see how the Battle Alliance's team will make me lose my wits. Wang Quan's world seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He didn't take the white silver Zilong's words seriously at all. I've already said what I wanted to say. It's up to you to believe it or not. There were some things that the white silver Zilong couldn't say, because maybe Ling Xiao wasn't willing to expose it. He admired Ling Xiao a little now. So, he naturally wouldn't betray Ling Xiao. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Wang Quan under the heavens. Instead, he led the 8 people from the Golden Skies region to investigate this strange city of no return. "Captain, why didn't you tell that guy that Ling Xiao killed the willow?" Wisp King. "Damn it, I'm pissed off when I see Wang Quan's smug face." Bai Fan said, "He won't believe me even if I tell him." The white silver dragon said indifferently, "Might as well not waste our breath. In any case, the Battle Alliance's team will definitely appear here. At that time, the royal power will know that it has always been a lowly frog at the bottom of a well." The white silver dragon didn't say anything, but that didn't mean the others wouldn't. At this time, Bugs looked at Wang Quantian with a smile and said, "Do you know that Ling Xiao killed Huayu of the Saintis Palace? Not only did Huayu go berserk, she even used the Saintis portrait." Bullshit. The Saintis portrait was an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Once it was used, how could that trash Ling Xiao survive? "If you joke again, I'll kill you." Wang Quan the world glared at Bugs. Bai Chong only smiled faintly. "It's up to you to believe it or not. Also, I have to remind you, this Ling Xiao was a guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Don't be fooled by his appearance." "Oh, right, that Kaidai Saintess you said couldn't fight. She has now returned to normal." "Impossible. If Kaidai Saintess wants to return to normal, she must obtain the Eternity Fruit." Wang Quan the world was shocked. "Oh, that Eternity Fruit was given to Ling Xiao by me." Lang Qingqing also spoke at this time. "Because Ling Xiao saved my life, but now we're even. If you want to kill him, I won't interfere." Hearing this, Wang Quan the world's face became very ugly. Yu Qin's face was also ugly. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao or Little Gold, but this Kaidai Saintess had already reached the divine physique echelon when she was outside. If she recovered her cultivation and ate the Eternity Fruit, her strength would probably increase greatly. "Captain, what should we do?" Wang Quan the world looked at Yu Chun, and he started to panic. Yu Chun smiled and shook her head. "It's fine. Even if Kaidai Saintess Cold Plum returns to normal, she's still not my match. At that time, I'll keep Kaidai Saintess busy and domineeringly kill Little Gold. You can kill Ling Xiao and fulfill your wish." "Understood." King of the World took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao coming. Instead, he was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't come. He wanted everyone here to see how he killed Ling Xiao. The crowd had nothing to do, so they all looked over. Many people were sighing for Ling Xiao. The Battle Alliance provoked the Immortal Palace team. I'm afraid it's not going to end well. They should be united now. I don't know what kind of danger there is in this damn place, but there's actually internal strife. United my ass. Look at Wang Quan the world. You can see how much he hates Ling Xiao. If the Battle Alliance team appears, a fight will definitely be unavoidable. Everyone was discussing. Some were worried, some were helpless, and some were gloating. Anyway, there were all kinds of people. Someone's coming. Suddenly, everyone heard footsteps coming from afar. Therefore, they all looked in that direction. It seems like there's only one person. Who could it be? The black fog filled the air. Everyone couldn't see who the person in the distance was, so they could only guess. Finally, that person walked out of the black fog. A sunny smile appeared on his fair and clean face. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? It's actually him. It's really him. He really came. There's a good show to watch now. Many people looked at Ling Xiao with ill intentions, revealing expressions of schadenfreude. The person who came was indeed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was still wearing a simple green robe. His hair fluttered casually behind his head, giving off the carefree feeling of a sword immortal. It was just that when he fought, he would become extremely ferocious. Brother Ling, why are you only here now? The Golden City team walked to Ling Xiao's side under the lead of the Silver Prince Dragon. The Silver Prince Dragon asked with a smile. A small matter happened, so I took care of those dregs from the Savage Beast region. Ling Xiao chuckled. Actually, from the moment he came in, he noticed Wang Quan under the heavens' terrifying killing intent. However, he didn't care at all. The stronger the Eternal Palace team was, the more benefits he would get. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was stunned for a moment, then immediately burst into laughter. Apart from the Golden City team and Lang Qingqing, almost everyone thought Ling Xiao was joking. Killed them all? The Silver Prince Dragon asked. Zilin and Cosmic Light escaped, but those two should have entered here too. I wonder where they're hiding? Ling Xiao didn't sense the presence of Zilin and Zhou Guang in this courtyard. The Silver Prince Dragon sucked in a cold breath. He was now even more glad that he didn't treat Ling Xiao as an enemy. Otherwise, they might be the ones dead now. End of chapter. Chapter 4602. Ling Xiao, you're finally here. When Wang Quan under the heavens saw Ling Xiao, it was as if he was a pervert who saw a beauty. His eyes were about to turn green. Ling Xiao thought that he would be furious when he saw Wang Quan under the heavens. But when he really saw him, he was very calm. It was as if he was an insignificant thing that wasn't worth mentioning at all, compared to Wang Quan under the heavens, who looked at him with burning anger. He was really too calm. It was like an expert looking at an ant. How could he be agitated? But being calm was one thing. There were some things that needed to be settled. This was the price that Wang Quan under the heavens had to pay. He looked at Wang Quan under the heavens with a smile. Hey, isn't this the trash whose body I destroyed? You're actually not dead yet? Hearing this, Wang Quan under the heavens almost vomited blood. This Ling Xiao really touched the pot that didn't boil. The most depressing thing for him was that he even lost his body on a trip to the West region. This had already become the laughing stock of the Eternal Palace. Only by killing Ling Xiao would the laughter stop. Wang Quan under the heavens' body was trembling. A long sword appeared behind his back. That was his martial soul. Although there was nothing strange about a sword martial soul, it was also the easiest way for a swordsman's strength to soar greatly. That soaring killing intent, that violent sword intent. It actually dispersed the fog in the courtyard. It made many martial artists around show a terrified expression. After all, Wang Quan under the heavens was now a divine body first-level expert. You'd better call out your battle alliances people. Otherwise, you'll die too easily. It'll be very boring. Wang Quan under the heavens stared at Ling Xiao and said fiercely, Are you sure you want to fight here? This is the city of no return. Anything can happen here. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight here anyway. This city of no return was strange and terrifying. It was too dangerous to fight here. Are you scared? Wang Quan under the heavens sneered. Motherf asterisk cur. They're all idiots. Ling Xiao sighed. It seemed that if he didn't get rid of Wang Quan under the heavens, he wouldn't be able to stay in the city of no return. Brother Ling, if you want to fight, We can help you. The Silver Zilong said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother White Silver. However, I alone am enough to deal with Wang Quan and the world." Ling Xiao looked at Kingship of the World and gradually transformed into the Black Goat Necromancer. In an instant, a violent death aura burst out from his body. The Golden City team was so shocked that they hurriedly retreated. "He has become stronger again," the White Silver Zilong exclaimed. Since it had nothing to do with them, the others all stepped aside. No one noticed that the people from the Nine Serenities demon zone had quietly disappeared into the black mist. Before he left behind a cruel smile. Everyone was focused on Ling Xiao and King of the World, so no one noticed that someone had left. After all, there were more than 1,000 people, and they were surrounded by fog. It was difficult to see clearly when someone disappeared and someone left. Yu Qin stared at Ling Xiao and said contemptuously, "I once warned you not to have any ideas about Yu Fenghua. This time, I'll say the same thing. If you swear that you'll never see Yu Fenghua again, I'll stop you. I'll make King of the World stop." "I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You've been in the world of souls for so long, but you haven't grown at all." Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qin with a hint of sarcasm. "Yu Fenghua is my woman, and no one can take her away from me. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me." Yu Qin was stunned. He thought that his words would be effective, but he did not expect that Ling Xiao would treat his words as nothing more than passing wind. He didn't seem to care at all. "Senior Brother Yu Qin, don't be angry. He's going to die anyway," King of the World said with a smile. At this moment, he was no longer as agitated as before. He didn't think it was necessary. Why did he have to be so angry at this piece of trash? Was there something wrong with his head? "Don't show mercy," Yu Qin said and retreated. He had already observed Ling Xiao's cultivation. He was in the 3rd stage of the core fragmentation realm. Even if his cultivation was heaven-defying, he could only deal with a half-step divine physique echelon cultivator. He had no chance against a true divine physique echelon cultivator. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be so heaven-defying. That Ling Xiao is too arrogant, isn't he? How dare he seduce Princess Fenghua from the Eternal Palace? He's really a toad lusting after a swan. Isn't he afraid of breaking his teeth? Everyone bullied the weak and feared the strong. They liked to cling to the strong and trample on the weak. This was especially true in the world of martial artists. Clinging to the strong meant that they could live longer. In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao was a good-for-nothing country bumpkin. He actually had designs on Yu Fenghua. He deserved to die. "King of the World, if you're no match for him, why don't I help you?" The one who spoke was Shang Yu from the Heaven-Sacred Ground. Shang Yu and Ling Xiao had no grudge against each other. However, he couldn't stand Ling Xiao. He was like a noble who couldn't stand a lowly slave climbing over their heads. Therefore, he wanted Ling Xiao dead. Moreover, the ambiguous relationship between Ling Xiao and Lang Qingqing made Shang Yu very unhappy. It was as if the pure saintess in his eyes was being played by someone else. It was a very unpleasant feeling. See? This is the will of the people. Lowly ants, tiny smelly bugs. You'll never understand that trash at the bottom of the world should stay at the bottom forever. What makes you think you can turn the tables? What makes you think you can be on equal footing with us? That time, an accident caused you to destroy my physical body. But so what? Not only has my body recovered, but it's also stronger than before. King of the World was very excited. As he listened to the discussions of the crowd, he felt even more superior. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was only worthy of a dog to lick the dirt off his shoes. "What a pity. You chased me all the way here, but you still can't see Yu Fenghua. My brother doesn't even need to do anything. I can kill you right now." Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He only looked at King of the World mockingly as if he was looking at a noisy cicada. He only wanted to laugh. It was as if he was watching a comical show. Angered by his laughter, King of the World finally drew his sword. The sword in his hand was actually an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. This was the second monarch weapon of this level that Ling Xiao had seen so far. The other one was the one in the Will-O-Wisp King's hands. Unfortunately, it was already destroyed. The Eternal Palace was really powerful. They even allowed their disciples to use an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. This sword is called Hegemonic Song of the World. It's your honor to be killed by it. To be honest, I don't want to use it to kill a bug. But only this sword can make a lowly person like you despair. King of the World sneered. This was power. This was status. He took out this sword not to fight, but to show off. What a childish guy. Ling Xiao looked at King of the World with contempt, but he didn't underestimate him at all. Chapter 4603. Although the other party was very childish, he was indeed an expert. Underestimating the enemy would definitely lead to one's death. Kings the World held the Hegemon Song sword. The sword emitted a dazzling golden light that enveloped him, making him look like a god of war. The sharp sword intent made people not dare to look directly at it, as if it was going to pierce through everyone's eyes. Within the sword, there was an aura that belonged to the immemorial divine beast, Bashya. Bashya was very similar to the black tortoise, and some people thought that it was the black tortoise. Therefore, it had a very high status in the black tortoise continent. In the legends of ancient times, Bashya often carried 3 mountains and 5 peaks to stir up trouble. Later, it was subdued by the human king and made many contributions to the human king. Bashya was very similar to a turtle, but there were differences if one looked closely. Bashya had a row of teeth, but turtles did not. The number and shape of the scales on the back of Bashya and turtles were also different. Bashya was also known as the dragon turtle, a symbol of longevity and auspiciousness. It always struggled to move forward with its head held high, its 4 legs tenaciously supporting it, trying hard to move forward, and it never stopped. Its dragon head and turtle body were its characteristics. This kind of divine beast was extremely powerful. It seemed that the Hegemon Song sword used Bashya's turtle shell as part of the material. It was made of precious metal. That was why it contained Bashya's aura. With the Hegemon Song sword in hand, Kings the World seemed to be no longer a brainless madman. Instead, he had become a peerless and domineering swordsman. It was quite outstanding. It attracted everyone's praise. As expected of the genius disciple of the immortal palace, he actually has such a treasure sword. This time, Ling Xiao is dead for sure. That's right, this is the result of overestimating oneself. Hearing these discussions, Kings the World seemed even more proud. Bug, it's time to end everything. A dream is just a dream. You will never achieve it, and it will never be realized. Kings the World's eyes flashed with a cold gaze, cruel and domineering. You still talk so much nonsense. Can't you hurry up and do it? I'm standing right here. Just come and kill me. Ling Xiao yawned. Wasn't this a little too much nonsense? It was as if he was afraid that others didn't know how awesome he was. Ling Xiao's expression infuriated King of the World. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. This Ling Xiao, is there something wrong with his head? How dare he provoke King of the World? Did he really think that he could defeat an opponent of the divine physique echelon realm just by relying on himself? Since they couldn't figure it out, they decided not to think about it. He just watched quietly. You want to die? Not so easy. I'm going to chop you into pieces. Let's start with your arm. Wang Quan's world roared and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The crowd became excited when they finally made their move. Senior Brother Silver, do you think Ling Xiao can really win? Bai Fan asked with a frown. Perhaps in the past, Bai Fan and Ling Xiao only had some animosity between them, but that was just a small problem. At least for now, he would definitely support Ling Xiao. We can win. The stronger the silver dragon was, the more it would discover how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Therefore, he had full confidence in Ling Xiao. Break it. At this moment, King of the World had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao and slashed out with the Song of the World Hegemon in his hand. It was extremely fast and slashed towards the arm. Ling Xiao smiled. He even stretched out his right arm and looked at King of the World provocatively, asking King of the World to slash him. He's crazy. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Even the silver dragon didn't expect Ling Xiao to do this. Although a martial artist wouldn't die from a broken arm, they would still be injured. Scared out of his wits? King of the World was also stunned. However, when he saw the calm expression on Ling Xiao's face, he couldn't help but feel angry. Who cares? I'll just slash him first. At first, he was still a little worried. However, the problem was that if he gave up now, he would probably be laughed at by everyone. King of the World was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't hate Ling Xiao to this extent. The song of the world Hejimin finally slashed down. Clang! A strange sound was heard. It was loud and ear-piercing. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. The emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns, the song of the world Hejimin sword, didn't leave the slightest mark on Ling Xiao's arm. It didn't even cut his clothes. What the hell was this? This is impossible. King of the World exclaimed. You want to kill me? What a piece of trash. You can't even cut my clothes. Amidst the sneers, some people noticed that Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became filled with a terrifying aura. That was clearly the aura of a demon. Although he wanted to improve his strength through King of the World Hejimin, facing this grandson, he wanted to crush him directly. Therefore, the one facing King of the World Hejimin was actually Ling Xiao the Demon Lord. It was still Ling Xiao, but with a different body. Their cultivation was also very different. While King of the World Hejimin was dumbfounded, a cruel light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He reached out, grabbed the song of the world Hejimin sword, and slashed down. Crack! Ah dash! A horrified and unbelievable scream rang out. King of the World Hejimin's right arm was directly cut off. Then Ling Xiao flew up and kicked King of the World Hejimin out. This kick shattered all the bones in King of the World Hejimin's body. He fell to the ground and could no longer move. Silence. It was simply a dead silence. No one had expected such a situation to occur. Ling Xiao only used one move to cripple King of the World Hejimin. Wasn't the difference in strength a little too great? It was as if one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. They couldn't be compared at all. Bug? Ant? This was the definition that King of the World Hejimin gave to Ling Xiao. But now, it seemed that King of the World Hejimin was the real ant in front of Ling Xiao, the real bug. Ling Xiao was the one who stood high above the masses. He could easily kill King of the World Hejimin. Everyone could see that he deliberately didn't kill him and deliberately tortured King of the World Hejimin. F***CK. Am I dreaming? Exclamations came from the crowd. This is too exaggerated. King of the World Hejimin song is already so strong. How terrifying is this guy? Bayin Zilong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao had once again given him a great shock. Yu Chen's eyes were filled with shock. Even he couldn't defeat King of the World Hejimin so easily. Perhaps King of the World Hejimin had underestimated his opponent, but this was still too exaggerated. Ling Xiao took the Hejimin song and directly erased the divine sense imprint on the sword. Then, he casually threw it into the Dongshang Emperor ring. Although the Emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns was very powerful, he still wanted to fight with his own body. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. King of the World Hejimin hid in the ruins and looked at Ling Xiao, who was walking towards him in horror. He couldn't believe it was real. He couldn't believe it. Dream. I must be dreaming. Just a moment ago, he was still arrogant and didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. But now, he felt a deep sense of fear. Chapter 4604. Ling Xiao walked in front of King of the World and looked down at the fallen King of the World. He smiled coldly. How do you feel, Bug? Your humility is really laughable. What are you trying to do? Wang Quan's world looked at Ling Xiao in horror. At this moment, he had changed from a proud person to a terrified person. You ant, you better think carefully. If you kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. Oh? What price? I really want to hear it. Ling Xiao stepped on Wang Quan of the world's face and wantonly ravaged it. I am a member of the Wang family. My brother is Wang Quan of the Wang family. My father is Wang Quan of the Wang family. If you dare to kill me, they will definitely tear you into pieces. Wang Quan of the world roared crazily. But I remember that when I destroyed your body last time, they didn't do anything to me. Ling Xiao teased. Oh, I understand now. That useless father of yours must have been frightened by me too. What a pitiful old man. He went to the western region once and came back like a coward. Wang Quan of the world really wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, he was really miserable. He felt as if everyone was laughing at him and mocking him. It's hard to imagine that the guy called Ling Xiao is actually so strong. Yeah, he completely suppressed Wang Quan of the world in one move. But this Ling Xiao is really crazy. If he kills Wang Quan of the world, it will be interesting. I guess he won't live past today. Yu Chun won't let him go. Those so-called martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were still unwilling to admit Ling Xiao's strength and hard work. They still felt that Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning in front of power and status. Even strength was nothing in front of Yu Chun. They were just numbing themselves and comforting themselves. Fine. Let me completely shatter your laughable arrogance. Stop. Wang Quan of the Immortal Palace finally made his move. All the martial artists of the Immortal Palace pounced on Ling Xiao. What? Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Ling Xiao sneered and gently touched the Dongshang Emperor ring. 5 figures dashed out from inside. Cold Plum, Little Gold, Sword Tiger, Dong Huangyu, and Mo Jiao. Cold Plum stopped Wang Quan Ba. Little Gold's sharp claws directly tore apart the body of an Eternal Life Palace martial artist, and it went for the next one. Jinhu and Dong Huangyu each blocked one of them. The demonic flood dragon killed 2 of them at the same time and moved on to the next target. This instantaneous change shocked everyone to the core. A member of the Immortal Palace. Initially, they were in perfect condition. None of them had died. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 of them had died. King of the World was also beaten half to death. Yu Qin didn't make a move at first. She just stood there proudly, thinking that everything would be fine as long as Wang Quan made a move. But now, the situation was completely out of his expectations. He was not the only one who was shocked. Those who looked down on Ling Xiao were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Little Gold killed another Eternal Life Palace martial artist. Then, it stopped Yu Chun and started fighting. Ling Xiao looked at King of the World in disdain and said, "See? Because of your incompetence and inferiority, 4 members of the Eternal Life Palace's team have already died. Don't you think that you are trash? You are all idiots who think that you are high and mighty. One day, I, Ling Xiao, will trample all of you under my feet. What about the Eternal Life Palace? What about the Eternal Life Emperor? I am looking for him for something." Ling Xiao didn't forget that his father's death in this life was related to the Eternal Life Emperor. He definitely had to take revenge for this. I know how great you are, how strong you are. I am just a useless bug. I beg you to let me go. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. King of the World was originally unwilling to accept it. That was because he knew that the Eternal Life Palace's team would save him. But at this moment, he was in complete despair. Yu Chun was blocked by Little Gold. She didn't have the slightest advantage and was even suppressed by Little Gold. King of the World was even more miserable. He was beaten black and blue by Cold Plum. The rest of the people weren't in a good situation either. This strange change made King of the World realize that if he didn't admit defeat, then he couldn't avoid death. It's good that you admit it. It's a pity that I still have to kill you. Ling Xiao stepped on King of the World's head. His head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was also crushed by the terrifying power. This time, he really died. There was no suspense. You lunatic, the Eternal Life Palace won't let you go. Yu Chen roared and began to attack crazily. Save your own life first, idiot. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Chun contemptuously. A trash with high standards but low abilities. You think you are infallible? At this moment, Ling Xiao realized a very terrifying thing. Because he was fighting with King of the World just now, he didn't notice it. But now, he noticed it. The martial artists on the periphery were swallowed by the darkness one by one. The darkness seemed to be terrifying figures. The 13 Death Spirit Kings. No, to be exact, there should only be 11 of them now. Ling Xiao realized the trouble. The city of no return was receiving their guests. Little Gold, Cold Plum, Jinhu, Yuer, and Mo Jiao, come back. He had already taken his revenge by killing King of the World. He was very happy. There was no need to kill all the people in the Eternal Life Palace team. More importantly, there was a new problem. The arrival of 11 Death Spirit Kings was a disaster. Although they didn't know why, they all flew back when they heard Ling Zhao's shout. Cold Plum, Little Gold, and Imo Jiao stayed outside. Dong Huangyu and Jianhu were kept in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. The enemy was too strong. It wasn't something a half-step divine physique echelon could handle. 5 people in the Eternal Life Palace team died. There were only 5 left. King of the World was also seriously injured. He was pale. No one understood why Ling Xiao chose to stop now, until a shrill scream was heard. Everyone's hair stood on end as they looked in the direction of the scream. They couldn't see clearly, but there was indeed a martial artist who was dragged into the darkness. I'll settle this debt of blood with you in the future. Yu Chen realized that trouble was coming. Now was definitely not the time to fight with Ling Xiao. She had to solve the problem first. What if we're discovered? Hee. Yeah, we're discovered. We only killed a dozen people. It's all because of that kid. His reaction is so fast. I heard that he killed the Shadow King and the Ghost Fire King. Be careful. When the martial artists heard that even the Death Spirit Kings were afraid of Ling Xiao, they realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. However, they didn't have time to worship him. The Death Spirit Kings were terrifying to most of them. They screamed and ran away. Golden City Team, Heavenly Demon Ghost Team, come here. Ling Xiao knew that unity was the most important thing at this time. The Death Spirit race was obviously afraid of them. After all, there were many divine physique echelon martial artists here. If they could unite, the Death Spirit race wouldn't be so rampant. End of chapter. Chapter 4605. Hearing Ling Xiao shout, the 8 martial artists of the Golden City team immediately walked over. Only Ghost Sword, Qi Niming, Black Pearl, and Qi Yaoguang were bought by the Heavenly Demon Ghost Qi team. The rest were obviously unwilling to stay with Ling Xiao. Thinking about it, Ling Xiao had offended the Eternal Palace, and they didn't want to get into trouble. Ling Xiao didn't care and put Qi Niming, Ghost Sword, Black Pearl, and Qi Yaoguang into the Dongshang Emperor Ring. He left the White Silver Dragon as the hostage of the Golden Sky region, and the other 7 were all put in. Although these people were hiding in the Dongshang Emperor Ring, they could still be released to fight at the critical moment. However, it didn't seem appropriate to face 11 Death Spirit Kings now. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about the lives of others. As long as he could protect his friends and those who were willing to believe in him, it was enough. I can borrow this little guy's corpse. An extremely ugly Death Spirit King laughed wildly. This guy was extremely fat, as if many corpses were sewn together. His internal organs were exposed, and there were mosquitoes and flies flying around his body. He walked to the corpse of Wang Quan under the heavens and actually opened his bloody mouth. Creak creak. F***CK. So disgusting. Even though Ling Xiao was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still shocked by this scene. Wang Quan under the heavens was already dead, and his corpse was actually eaten by the Abomination King. This was 2F***King tragic. The surrounding people didn't look good. These Death Spirit Kings were simply ferocious. But thinking about it carefully, this was the Death Spirit race. Perhaps they had always treated corpses as food, just like how humans would eat 90% cooked steak, or eat raw salmon. Perhaps in the eyes of salmon and cows, this behavior was also very terrifying, but in the eyes of humans, it was normal. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to everyone and turned to leave. There was no benefit in fighting to the death with these guys. There were many people who fled with them. Seeing the terrifying behavior of the Abomination King, who dared to stay here, even if they died, even their corpses would be eaten. That kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Brother Ling, what should we do next? Demon Flood Dragon asked. Let's take it one step at a time. Ling Xiao had no idea what to do now. This damned place was even scarier than the rumors. It was unknown how many people would be able to leave this place alive. It seemed that the 11 Death Spirit Kings didn't chase after them. Instead, it was their subordinates, the Nightmare Knights, abominations, ghouls, and skeletons that began to hunt down their prey. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Xiaojin, Imo Jiao, and the Silver Dragon. It could be said that there were 5 divine physique echelon experts. The monsters of the undead clan seemed to have realized how terrifying this team was. They all stayed far away from them, which made things a lot easier for them. After Ling Xiao killed King of the World, he felt relieved. He realized that his current cultivation level was much higher than before. She was not as easily angered as before. Perhaps it was because he had experienced so much and seen so much that his mentality was becoming more and more stable. In the past, even if he were to chop the royal authority of the world into pieces, it would still be difficult to vent his hatred. But now, killing him was enough. He rarely used such brutal methods to torture an opponent, unless that guy completely infuriated him and awakened the demon hidden in his heart. The city of no return looked like a maze. It was too easy to get lost in the fog. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, it would have been really troublesome. You might as well all enter my Dongsheng Emperor ring so that you won't get separated. When I need help, I'll naturally ask for your help. The Dongsheng Emperor ring could fit at least 20 people now. However, it had to bear their weight. This wasn't a big problem. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he could even carry 100 people, let alone 20. Shrill screams kept coming from afar. Ling Xiao ignored them. He wasn't even sure if he was safe now. He didn't have the leisure to save others. Walking on the quiet and empty street, screams and strange noises could be heard from time to time. Shadows flashed across the buildings from time to time. It really made one feel extremely nervous. Fortunately, there were helpers in the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would really feel terrified walking alone in this godforsaken place. Ling Xiao tried to fly into the sky. However, he found that he would hit a barrier when he flew 50 meters high. There was no way to get out. He realized that they might be trapped in this godforsaken place. There were some things that he didn't want to let them out. Master, I'll have to trouble you again. In this world, any Yuan venerate could break through a barrier. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't care. Furthermore, he wasn't in a hurry to leave this place. After entering this place, he felt that the aura of Yushin was getting denser. He knew that his judgment wasn't wrong. The thing he was looking for was definitely here. The sacred cultivation technique and the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns that hadn't appeared yet were definitely here. Perhaps the probing of his spirit sense was completely useless here, but his Tai Chi eye could still see a radius of 1 mile. Brother Ling, please let me out. I have some matters to attend to. Emo Jiao didn't elaborate, but Ling Xiao knew that this might be related to the mission of the Beast Deity Union. Therefore, he didn't force him. After letting Emo Jiao out, he quickly disappeared into the fog. I hope we don't have the same goal. Looking in the direction where the demonic flood dragon left, Ling Xiao let out a breath of turbid air. He actually had a good impression of Emo Jiao and didn't want to become enemies with him. Boss, let us out too. It's better to have more people than you. Besides, it's easier to find things with everyone's help. Xiao Jin couldn't stay in the Dongsheng Emperor ring anyway. Ling Xiao thought about it and simply let him, Cold Plum, and the White Silver Dragon out. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum were second-level divine physique echelon powerhouses. Even if they got separated, they shouldn't be in any danger. As for the White Silver Dragon, if this person was killed, then 90% of the martialists who came in this time would probably die. Although Emo Jiao was missing, the 4 of them were still very powerful. Although the ghosts in the darkness were staring at them, they didn't dare to make a move. Boss, where are we going? Now, everyone listen to Ling Xiao. Since we're here, I don't care if it's the city of no return or the undying city. We must get to the bottom of the secret here. Ling Xiao wasn't confident either. However, since they were here, they could only move forward. Fortunately, there were Yuan venerates who could break the boundary. If they really couldn't stay here any longer, they could still escape successfully. Who is it? While Ling Xiao was speaking, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared. It's me. A familiar figure appeared in the darkness. It was the corpse ghost king. Xiao Jin was about to make a move, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. You came here alone. Are you planning to die? Ling Xiao asked. I seem to have thought of something. In the past, I might have had some kind of relationship with the Golden Sky region. However, I still can't figure it out. However, I can't tell you how to leave this place. Chapter 4606. Corpse Ghost King looked at Ling Xiao and said, "This is just a hunting game. The Dead Spirit Emperor doesn't plan to kill all of you. To him, this is just a boring game. You have to know that living for tens of thousands of years is really boring. Among those ghosts, there are some powerful existences that are even more terrifying than us Death Spirit Kings. They are the Dead Spirit Emperor's personal guards. They are the real Dead Spirit race. As for us, we are just transformed from other races. Kill these guards, and you can get the Dead Spirit Essence. The stronger the enemy, the more Dead Spirit Essence you can get. Gather 100 Dead Spirit Essences, and the Dead Spirit Emperor will fulfill a small wish of yours. This includes allowing a person to leave this place, or obtaining some powerful inheritance." After saying that, the Corpse Ghost King left. "Boss, can we believe his words?" Little Gold frowned and asked. "Of course, but I'm thinking of another problem. Back then, 13 emperors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds all fell in the city of no return. Now, 13 Dead Spirit Kings have appeared. Don't you think there is a connection?" Ling Xiao said. "No way. Brother Ling means that the Dead Spirit King is one of the 13 missing emperors?" The White Silver Dragon was dumbstruck. "That's what I think. I even suspect that Corpse Ghost King is the previous Yellow Emperor." Ling Xiao's words were shocking. Although Silver Dragon had thought of this possibility, he definitely couldn't say it out loud, because it was a little hard to accept. Of course, the 13 emperors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were the emperors of their respective forces. If they hadn't died, there wouldn't have been internal strife in the Eternal Life Palace. Why do I feel more and more strange thinking about it? Cold Plum frowned and said, "Forget it. Let's do as Corpse Ghost King said. Kill the Dead Spirit Emperor's personal guards and get the Dead Spirit Essence." Ling Xiao looked at the foggy street in the distance. He wanted to go directly to the Dead Spirit Emperor. The problem was that he couldn't see any buildings that belonged to the Dead Spirit Emperor. Now, he could only do as Corpse Ghost King said and collect as much Dead Spirit Essence as possible. He believed that he would be able to see the Undead Spirit Emperor after collecting 100 Undead Spirit Essences. To be honest, he really wanted to see what this great emperor looked like. Woo woo woo, suddenly, a strange cry came from the front. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught sight of a blood-red figure. It floated around like a ghost. His hair covered his face, and his feet were off the ground, dragging a heavy iron chain behind him. This fellow's strength was actually at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. It was even more terrifying than the Corpse Ghost King. He had reached the level of the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. And just as the Corpse Ghost King said, these guys all had special markings on their bodies. This showed that he was one of the great emperor's personal guards. Go. If it was before, Ling Xiao might have chosen to turn around and run. But now, there was nothing to be afraid of. When the 4 of them joined forces, even a 3rd-level Divine Physique Realm expert would have a headache, let alone a 2nd-level Divine Physique Realm expert. The 4 of them rushed forward together. There's nothing special about the Emperor's personal guards. He looked at the ghosts that had turned into ashes on the ground. Xiao Jin said with a smile, "Nonsense. You're already at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Realm. What can he do in front of you?" Ling Xiao picked up 2 pieces of Dead Spirit Essence from the ground. The Dead Spirit Essence was like a crystal, and it looked very beautiful. Looks like a 1st-level Divine Physique Realm expert should have 1 piece, and a 2nd-level Divine Physique Realm expert should have 2 pieces. Ling Xiao smiled and kept the Dead Spirit Essence into the Dongshang Emperor Ring. Let's continue. The 4 of them started to kill the great emperor's personal guards in the city. They could see bloodstains on the ground from time to time, but the strange thing was that they didn't have a physical body. I keep having a creepy feeling. This Dead Spirit Emperor might have turned all those dead people into ghosts just to play a boring game. Damn it, the weak really don't have any status in front of the strong. Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like the feeling of being played. It was too unpleasant. If he had the ability, he definitely wouldn't let this Dead Spirit Emperor go. Of course, in the process of killing, they also met some living people. However, they couldn't be bothered with them. After all, they weren't familiar with them. That place. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at a building in the distance excitedly. It was a skeleton tower. The main body of the tower was completely built with bones. That place actually released the aura of the young god. Let's go there. Ling Xiao didn't forget his real purpose of coming here, which was to find the young god's relic. As long as he could find the young god's relic, it didn't matter if he couldn't get anything else. He didn't value it that much. However, after 1 mile, he was shocked to find that the skeleton tower was still far away. What the hell? Ling Xiao didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he frowned and stood in place. It seemed like this city of no return was more dangerous than he had imagined. He definitely couldn't be careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his life. That should be a mirage. However, it wasn't formed naturally. It was formed through some kind of array. It's useless for you to chase after it. Instead, you might fall into a trap. It's better to collect the essence of the dead spirits. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. All right. In fact, Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as the Yuan Venerate. He also felt that this place was too strange. It wouldn't be wrong to be careful. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be killed. After walking for a while, the four of them actually saw a tavern. There was actually a tavern in this lifeless place, which gave people a feeling of absurdity. However, the tavern still had a signboard that said, Haunted Tavern. Let's go in and take a look. Ling Xiao smiled. He had been to many places, but he had never been to a haunted tavern. Furthermore, they had been fighting all this time and were a little tired. It was just nice to find a place to rest. Since this was a game created by the Dead Spirit Emperor, this tavern must be a place for martialists to rest. After arriving at the tavern, the four of them found a seat and sat down. They were surprised to find that there were actually many people inside. Among them, there were even familiar faces. Shang Yu, Lang Qingqing, Yu Qin, Wang Quanbadeo, and Sea Lion Hero were all there. However, most of them were unfamiliar faces. Everyone, is there anyone who dares to try the Yellow Springs path? Shang Yu suddenly stood up and said, Since everyone is here, I won't be long-winded. Instead of being chased by those ghosts, why don't we take the initiative to attack? I heard from my elders that as long as we pass the Yellow Springs path, we will see the hope of life. Furthermore, there are many treasures waiting for you guys to obtain. Is this guy trying to trick us? Little Gold laughed softly. I don't know if he's trying to trick us or not, but I am a little interested. He obviously knows more about the city of no return than us. Why don't we try our luck with them? Ling Xiao smiled. End of chapter. Chapter 4607. Shang Yu's words were half true. Perhaps the thing he was looking for was right on the other side of the Yellow Springs Road. Anyway, there would still be a lot of ghosts along the way, and it wouldn't affect the gathering of the essence of dead souls. Is there a problem with the four of us joining? Ling Xiao asked. You're more than welcome. Shang Yu didn't refuse. It was definitely a good thing to have four divine physique echelon experts joining. He couldn't possibly object. I'll join too. We'll join too. In the end, a total of 15 people joined. Apart from the few familiar faces, there were a few unfamiliar faces. However, they were all pretty strong. Although they hadn't reached the divine physique echelon, they were still considered experts among the half-step divine physique echelon experts. Purple Qilin and Cosmic Light had popped out of nowhere, and they had chosen to join as well. Ling Xiao, this is a collaboration. We're not allowed to kill each other. Zilin looked at Ling Xiao in fear and hurriedly said, Don't worry. Before leaving the city of no return, I won't take the initiative to attack you. But you're courting death, so don't blame me. Ling Xiao sneered. All right, since we've come to an agreement, let's go. The group left the haunted shop and followed Shang Yu. Shang Yu walked at the front and continued, Everyone, listen carefully. When we reach the Yellow Springs path, we will not be able to escape. When we reach the Yellow Springs Road, don't wander around. There are many traps and formations there. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. Don't worry, we'll follow you. No one wanted to court death. After all, no one knew the Yellow Springs Road better than Shang Yu. Listening to him was better than wandering around blindly. Ling Xiao didn't think much of it. This guy wasn't trustworthy at all. If they really followed him, who knew if they would be led into a ditch? He had his own judgment of when to follow Shang Yu and when to part ways. Anyway, he wouldn't follow like an idiot. In fact, The others probably had the same idea. After all, they were all experts. No one was stupid. After walking for about half an hour, Ling Xiao noticed that the ghosts in the dark kept following them, but they didn't dare to attack. This group of 15 people was too strong. Those ghosts of the Dead Souls clan had some intelligence. Suddenly, the holy rain stopped. After this, it would be the Yellow Springs Road. In front of everyone was a door. This door was much smaller than the door of the City of No Return. However, it was clear that there was a restriction placed on it, and it refused to be opened. Only by breaking this restriction can we enter. Who knows how to break the restriction? Sheng Yu asked. Let's do it. The ones who spoke were a pair of twins. They looked very similar and could be seen at a glance. Ling Xiao did not say anything. The restriction on this door wasn't anything special, so there was no need for him to do anything. The twin brothers each held a sword, and it looked like they were a set. It was an emperor weapon with a dragon pattern. The younger brother walked to the door and placed his hand on it. The shadow of an old man appeared behind him. This old man's hair and beard were all white. That should be his younger brother's martial soul. Perhaps he was once an expert in mechanisms and formations. As the martial soul appeared, strange runes also appeared on the younger brother's palm. Then, Ling Xiao's Taiji captured the scene of the restriction on the door breaking. It's my turn next. The elder brother swung his sword at the stone door whose restriction had been broken. Rumble. With a loud sound, a hole was opened in the stone door. Let's go. Sheng Yu took the lead and was the first to enter. The rest of the people entered in a single file. When they entered the door, Ling Xiao suddenly heard that voice again. Come quickly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Xiao believed that he had heard this voice before entering the City of No Return. Did you hear someone talking? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. You're not scared, are you? Wang Quan looked at Ling Xiao in a tyrannical and sarcastic manner. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him. It seemed that no one else had heard that voice. Only he had heard it. Could it be Yoshin's voice? Shaking his head, Ling Xiao could not figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. By the time everyone had walked through the door, the hole had already healed. Looking from the outside, there was nothing strange about it. The so-called Yellow Springs Road seemed to be a road that was suffused with green light. There were actually many buildings on this road, but they were all tilted to the left and right, and many places had already collapsed. Except for the Yellow Spring Road glowing with green light, both sides of the road were pitch black, giving people a creepy feeling. Ling Xiao tried to use his Tai Chi to look into the darkness, but he could not see anything. He used his soul power to sense. At that moment, a terrifying scene appeared in his mind. He hurriedly retracted his soul power. It was too terrifying. Ah! Someone screamed. Ling Xiao looked over. That person was holding his head in fear. Sheng Yu walked over and forcibly blocked that person's soul power. Only then did that person gradually calm down. Don't try to use your soul power to check. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Sheng Yu reminded. Ling Xiao also said, I just noticed a few shadows spying on us in the darkness. Everyone, be careful. After all, they were still a team for the time being. Ling Xiao did not want them to die too quickly. Otherwise, the pressure would be on them. What are you afraid of? No matter what the hell it is, we'll just chop it up. If you're scared, then go back. Wang Quan mocked. Believe it or not, if you dare to say that again, I'll kill you. There was a limit to Ling Xiao's patience. If Wang Quan continued to spout nonsense, he would not let him go. Wang Quan opened his mouth domineeringly, then closed it again. Thinking of Wang Quan's miserable state, although he was angry, he was also afraid. He really didn't dare to offend Ling Xiao. Thus, everyone continued to move forward. The Yellow Springs Road was not a straight path, and the troublesome thing was that there were actually different forks in the road. Everyone chose a fork in the road and went deeper. In any case, he had never been here before, so he wasn't sure what the fork represented. He might as well try them one by one. There were some strange sculptures on both sides of the path. These sculptures were all like real people. She was like a wax figure in a wax museum. Everyone, be careful. Sheng Yu reminded. What are you afraid of? They're just wax figures. The younger twin touched the wax figures, and they did feel like wax figures. Moreover, he did not find any incantations or restrictions on them. This fork was very long, and the more they walked, the more nervous they became. Even their breathing became rapid. Something's wrong. I feel that there's one more footstep, Ling Xiao suddenly said. His ears were very sensitive because he had been modified by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Are you kidding me? Wang Quan could not help but talk back to Ling Xiao. However, Yu Chen hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." In the next moment, a figure suddenly charged toward Wang Quan. Because he was the one who underestimated his opponent the most. Everyone looked carefully at the figure, and it was actually a wax figure on the side of the road. Chapter 4608. The speed of the wax figurine's attack was too fast. Many people couldn't react in time. However, Ling Xiao could clearly see that the wax figurine was still a wax figurine, but some kind of array was activated inside the figurine. Only then did it start moving. The wax figurine was a female. She held 2 daggers in her hands and stabbed them toward Wang Quandao's head. She actually knew that Wang Quandao was a divine body realm martial artist and that his head was his vital point. However, Wang Quandao was a divine body realm martial artist after all. The strength of this wax figurine was at most half-step divine body realm. When the wax figurine was about 1 foot and 1 meter away from him, Wang Quandao suddenly threw a punch. The wax figurine shattered into pieces right away. They scattered all over the ground. F***Sika. How dare you sneak attack me? As he spoke, Wang Quandao even stepped on the shattered pieces of the wax figurine a few times. If you guys aren't leaving, I'll make a move first. Ling Xiao looked at him as if he was an idiot and leaped forward. Although a half-step divine body realm wax figurine wasn't scary, what if there was a divine body realm wax figurine among them? Wang Quandao didn't die, which only meant that he was lucky and strong. If it were someone else, they might not be able to block it. Moreover, it was just a wax figurine. One had to know that there were hundreds of wax figurines on both sides of the road. If all of them rushed over like a swarm of bees, someone would definitely be unlucky. Even if they killed these guys, there wouldn't be any death essence. What was there to fight with them for? Let's go. Sheng Yu also shouted. However, it was already a little too late. The wax figurines on both sides of the road all came to life one by one. They attacked from the front and back, blocking the road completely. Moreover, they couldn't fly in this place at all. They could only run. If they didn't get rid of all the wax figurines on the road, they wouldn't be able to pass. Don't care about the ones behind. Charge forward with all your strength. Don't hold back. Sheng Yu shouted. At this time, if anyone still tried to be sneaky, they would really be pushing the whole team into a fire pit. Bam! Ling Xiao punched a wax figurine away. This wax figurine was different from the one that sneaked an attack on Wang Quandao. He was actually wearing armor. At first, he thought that the armor was just a sculpture. He didn't expect it to really have defensive effects. When he hit it, it was as hard as iron. But fortunately, Ling Xiao's attack power was strong enough and still pierced through that guy. As he faced the next wax figure, he suddenly had an idea and transformed into the Hell Phoenix. The fists were wrapped in blazing flames, and the wax figures were easily destroyed when they touched them. Use fire, he roared. Everyone understood what was going on and attacked one after another. Although everyone might not be proficient in fire attribute martial skills, there would always be 1 or 2 fire attribute methods. At this moment, it was clear who was better. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were the most relaxed. Not only were they powerful, but they were also good at using fire attacks. Next was Cold Plum, who was at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. Basically, they didn't even need to make a move. The branches or roots that suddenly appeared could directly penetrate those wax figures. Purple Qilin, Yu Chun, Holy Rain, and Silver Dragon were basically on the same level. Although Wang Quanbadeo and Lang Qingqing were also at the 1st level of the Divine Physique Echelon, it was obvious that their battle prowess was lacking. The other 6 people were in an awkward position because they were only half-step Divine Physique Echelon cultivators. His performance was not very impressive. On the other hand, the twins working together was quite interesting. Their attacks came one after another, one after another. When the 2 of them worked together, they were stronger than most half-step Divine Physique Echelon cultivators. In front of them, There were still countless wax figures that swept over like a flood. Fortunately, none of them were weak, so they were able to cut through the thorns. After more than 10 minutes, they finally made it through this part of the journey. The wax figures that were destroyed had completely disappeared. Those that weren't destroyed returned to the sides of the road and became still wax figures. They seemed to be waiting for the next wave of people to arrive. "Are you all okay?" Holy Rain frowned and asked. "We're fine." Although some of them were panting, they finally made it through this stage. "Then let's continue." To be honest, some of them were already thinking of retreating. But since they were already here, they couldn't go back at all. If they were to go back or stay where they were, they would probably face even more terrifying dangers. The only thing they could do was to continue moving forward. After all, there were 9 Divine Body Realm experts in this team. They were quite reliable. Speaking of which, these wax figures could only be considered a small test. Although it seemed dangerous, as long as they discovered it in time and worked together, there wouldn't be any problems. After all, they were just some brainless wax figures. Although they could move and attack, they were just moving according to some rules. Holy Rain led the group forward. After passing through this fork, they finally arrived at a more spacious place. The ground was still glowing with green light. This meant that this place was still within the range of the yellow spring path. Everyone moved forward nervously in the main hall, but nothing happened. Holy Rain suggested that they rest here for 10 minutes before continuing. After all, not everyone was like Ling Xiao, who had such terrifying stamina. Then, the group continued moving forward. When they walked out of the main hall, everyone was stunned. This place was actually a cemetery. Numerous tombs could be seen piled up there, and dense wisps of nether fire could be seen hovering in midair. It was really scary. As expected of the city of no return, they're all ghosts. Ling Xiao lamented. "Be careful of the tombs. A ghost might come out of these tombs at any time." Shang Yu reminded before walking out of the room. The rest followed behind, not daring to be negligent. The cemetery was quiet, and no living things could be seen. No monsters crawled out of the tombs. It was just too quiet. This kind of silence made everyone feel very uncomfortable. They felt goosebumps. "These ghost fire are really beautiful," a half-step Divine Body Realm female martial artist said with a smile. She even reached out to grab it. The people of the Black Tortoise continent knew what ghost fire was, so they wouldn't mistake it for monsters. Therefore, it was normal for them not to be afraid. The others didn't say anything. However, at this moment, boom, a terrifying explosion resounded. The girl who was talking and laughing a moment ago was blown into pieces. The terrifying waves sent the rest of the people flying. No one knew this girl, so her death didn't cause too much of a stir. However, this terrifying scene caused everyone's hearts to tighten. "Be careful. These ghost fire can explode, and it's very powerful," Holy Rain shouted. Although these words came a little late, even an idiot could tell that the ghost fire could kill people. There were only 14 people left in the team of 15. These aren't ghost fire, they're self-destructing ghost spirits. Holy Rain frowned and said, "I suddenly remembered that I read about them in the information I saw before. Even if one of them self-destructs, it can kill any martial artist below the half-step Divine Body Realm. If there are too many of them, even Divine Body Realm martial artists won't be able to withstand it." Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. This godforsaken place was filled with self-destructing ghost spirits, and they were everywhere. Once all of them exploded, everyone would probably die. "We have to leave this place quickly, or else we'll be in trouble." "But where should we go?" someone asked. Chapter 4609. This godforsaken place was a mausoleum. There were still dense willow, the wisps ahead. Should they retreat? However, when they looked back, the green light had already disappeared and was replaced by silent darkness. "There's no way back. Looks like we can only move forward." Shang Yu gritted her teeth and walked forward. Everyone had no choice but to move forward. Since there was no way back, they had no other choice. What else could they do but move forward? However, they stopped again after taking about 10 steps. There were countless willow, the wisps ahead. It was impossible to charge through. "There's none behind us. There's also one on the left and right." Damn it. Is retreat the only way? They clearly don't want us to move forward. Ling Xiao stood there and looked ahead coldly. Suddenly, he pointed his finger. A terrifying light pierced through the darkness and flew out. The next moment, a series of booms rang out crazily, as if it was a New Year's celebration. The path ahead was completely illuminated. In any case, everything within a 1-mile radius was filled with will-o'-the-wisps. Many tombs were directly blasted open. However, after the explosion, the will-o'-the-wisps still didn't decrease. They could even see some blood-red will-o'-the-wisps. They could clearly sense the aura of divine physique echelon experts from those blood-red will-o'-the-wisps. Looking back, they couldn't see any will-o'-the-wisps. There were also fewer will-o'-the-wisps on the left and right. What should we do? Shang Yu turned around and said, the path behind us has been cut off. Although there are fewer will-o'-the-wisps on the left and right, we might not be able to get out of here. The only way is to move forward. No matter what you choose, my opinion won't change. However, we're a team now. I suggest we raise our hands to vote. I choose to move forward. We agree to move forward. Ling Xiao made the decision for Xiao Jin and the others. Same for us. Yu Chun and Wang Quanba also agreed. We won't retreat either. Zilin and Zhou Guang said. They had lost to Ling Xiao. Once they went out, they might be killed by Ling Xiao. Therefore, they needed an opportunity to become stronger again. Not only would they have the ability to protect themselves, but they might even be able to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, only the 5 half-step divine physique realm martial artists were left trembling with fear, not knowing what to do. After all, their strength was too weak. The twins gritted their teeth and walked out. Let's go. 12-3. The 3 of you can either follow us or fend for yourselves here. Although this is cruel, there is no other way. Shang Yu looked at the remaining 3 and said, Then let's go. It was Ghost Fish, the warrior from the deep-sea dragon field, who had entered the world of souls a long time ago. There's no other way. The other 2 nodded helplessly. If he stayed here, there was no way he could survive. However, if they continued to move forward, even though it was dangerous, they would still have a chance of survival. Prepare your defensive treasures and charge. The Divine Body Realm martial artists were at the forefront. The fact that a half-step Divine Physique Realm martial artist stayed at the back is already very considerate of you. If you were still killed by the explosion, it can only mean that you were too weak. Shang Yu gritted his teeth. He was the one leading the team, so he naturally had to be at the forefront. His clothes suddenly flashed with a dazzling white light. 2 dragon tattoos appeared on his clothes. A huge shield appeared in his right hand. On the shield was a birdman with wings. This shield was even stronger. It actually had 3 dragon tattoos. The Heaven Sacred Ground was indeed one of the top 3 forces. Moreover, it was the only force that could overthrow the Eternal Emperor region. Even the Savage Beast region couldn't do this. Although the Savage Beast region was also very powerful, their forces were scattered. The Saintus Palace, Beast Imperial Palace, and Divine Dragon Palace were only in an alliance. They weren't close enough. However, the Heaven Sacred Ground martial artists were crazy. They worshipped their one and only sacred lord. Therefore, their combat strength was terrifying. Other than him, the others also took out their defensive treasures. Anyway, there were all kinds of treasures. Ling Xiao didn't take anything. His physical body was equivalent to an emperor artifact with 7 dragon tattoos. It was even stronger than those people's treasures. Are you ready? Shang Yu asked. Everyone nodded. All right, let's go. Shang Yu took the lead and charged out. Ling Xiao and the others followed closely behind. At this time, no one wanted to be sneaky. After all, they might be abandoned by others if they tried to be sneaky. Moreover, they hadn't even seen the shadow of the treasure. No one was stupid. If they chose to fight among themselves at this time, it would be pure madness. The self-destructing specters were very sensitive to the aura of life. When everyone was far away from them, they wouldn't have any reaction. However, when everyone got close, the self-destructing specters rushed over in groups. When they looked up, the sky was filled with sparks. The terrifying specters crashed into everyone's defenses. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Although there was no problem at first. However, The further they went, the greater the pressure. Even an emperor artifact with 3 dragon tattoos seemed to be unable to withstand it. Get out of the way. Ling Xiao suddenly pushed Shengyu away. If this continued, everyone would be in danger. He thought of a way to solve this once and for all. The ghost lantern suddenly appeared in his hand. The ghost lantern was the Ghost Fire King's treasure. When the self-destructing specters saw the ghost lantern, they immediately retreated in fear. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't let them escape. The ghost lantern was activated, and a large amount of specters surged into the ghost lantern. They turned into the ghost lantern's energy. Ling Xiao discovered that the ghost lantern could become very terrifying after absorbing the specters. There were 9 gems on the ghost lantern. When all 9 gems lit up, the ghost lantern could release an ultimate skill. This ultimate skill was 100 times stronger than normal attacks. As the ghost lantern absorbed the specters, the gems kept shining. Of course, no one knew why. However, when they saw the ghost lantern in Ling Xiao's hand, they became greedy. A emperor artifact with 9 dragon tattoos. Killing intent flashed in Yu Qin's eyes. However, he controlled himself. At this time, he still needed to rely on Ling Xiao to pass through. He couldn't act recklessly. With Ling Xiao's ghost lantern, the originally dangerous self-destructing specters became extremely simple. After about 10 minutes, everyone finally reached the end of the tomb. It's really scary but not dangerous. Brother Ling is amazing. You even have such a treasure? Lang Qingqing said enviously. She had mixed feelings. In the beginning, she looked down on Ling Xiao. After that, Ling Xiao used the fact that he had saved her life to blackmail her. She simply hated Ling Xiao. However, now, she was conflicted. Looking at Ling Xiao, she even felt some admiration. It's not surprising that you obtained something from killing the Ghost Fire King. If you can kill the Ghost Fire King, you can naturally obtain the same thing. Ling Xiao said calmly. You actually killed the Ghost Fire King. Shengyu exclaimed. Previously, he thought it was just a joke and didn't take it seriously. However, looking at the ghost lantern in Ling Xiao's hand, he had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 46:10. Why? Didn't I tell you? Then I'm really low-key. Ling Xiao kept the lantern and smiled faintly. He knew that other than the 3 people beside him, everyone else wanted the lantern. However, he was not afraid. Whoever wanted to take his things could only wait for bad luck. Let's go. Shengyu retracted his gaze. If we can walk out of the Yellow Springs path, we will also have a chance to get an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. He lifted his foot and walked forward. As they were leaving, they suddenly saw a gloomy palace in front of them. The door of the palace was already rotten. The strong moldy smell made people feel very uncomfortable. Boom. Shengyu smashed the door with a punch. Anyway, there was no restriction on the door. He did not want to touch such a dirty thing with his hands. The moment the door opened, everyone was dumbfounded. In this gloomy hall, there were actually rays of bright light shining. Oh my God, it's a supreme-grade spirit stone. Supreme-grade spirit stones were rare even in the chaotic desert. Other than the higher-ups of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, most people would not be willing to use them. After all, 1 supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million high-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained within it was extremely abundant. After reaching the divine physique realm, the effect of high-grade spirit stones was almost negligible. One had to use supreme-grade spirit stones. In this palace, there were at least tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. What did it mean to have tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones? One had to know that the most powerful people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds would only consume 100 supreme-grade spirit stones every month. An emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns was only worth 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. In theory, these supreme-grade spirit stones could buy 10 emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. Even a fool could see that the value was so high. How do we split it? Shengyu asked. Of course we split it equally. The half-step divine physique realm old man said. Split it equally? Are you worthy? Wang Quan said domineeringly as he looked at the old man with disdain. I don't care how you split it. My boss will take at least half of it. Xiao Jin said. Why? The others were unhappy. Do you still need to ask? If it wasn't for our boss, we wouldn't have been able to come out of the tomb. Xiao Jin said. Then the four of you will take 5,000, and we'll split the rest. Sheng Yu said after a moment of silence. Bullsh *T. Aren't you embarrassed? 5,000 belongs to boss alone. As for the remaining 5,000, I, Sister Cold Plum, and Brother Silver also want to split it. Xiao Jin's words were very direct, not giving Sheng Yu any face. Ling Xiao, don't be too greedy. How about you take 1,000 and we split the rest? Sheng Yu frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. Hee. Ling Xiao smiled. Originally, I thought that what Xiao Jin said was enough. Since you're not willing, I'll take a little more. 8,000. The remaining 2,000 will be divided among the 14 of you. You. Don't push your luck. Zilin roared. What? Do you still want to fight? If you want, I'll accompany you to the end. Ling Xiao mocked. Zilin immediately shut his mouth. He clearly remembered how terrifying Ling Xiao was. How scary was Cold Plum? Step forward if you don't agree. Ling Xiao said coldly. To be honest, I'm being merciful by giving you these 2,000. If you're still not satisfied, don't even think about getting a single piece. Ling Xiao, do you think you have more people? You only have 4 Divine Physique Echelon Warriors. We have 6 Divine Physique Echelon Warriors. Me, Lang Qingqing, Yu Chun, Wang Quanbadeo, Hai Shixiang, and Zi Lin. Do you think you're a match for us? Sheng Yu wasn't willing to compromise on this matter. The half-step Divine Physique Echelon Warriors were basically ignored. This was what Ling Xiao said. After encountering the treasure, this originally weak group started to fight among themselves. You'll know when you try. Ling Xiao sneered. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Suddenly, the image of a teleportation array appeared in the center of the hall. It attracted everyone's attention. In the next moment, 15 undead spirit warriors appeared in the teleportation array. The number was exactly the same as before. Furthermore, all of them were terrifying existences wearing blood-colored battle armor. The undead spirit emperor's personal guards. Xiao Jin exclaimed and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned and said coldly, Stop fighting among yourselves. Let's work together and get rid of these personal guards first. As for the spirit stones, whoever kills more will get more. Is that okay? At this moment, Ling Xiao knew that they couldn't fight among themselves. These were 15 terrifying undead spirit clan warriors. Every one of them was at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Moreover, there were numbers on their bodies. From 1 to 15, they were probably guarding these supreme-grade spirit stones. Naturally, the others wouldn't reject Ling Xiao's suggestion. In the face of such powerful enemies, if they continued to fight among themselves, there would only be one outcome: total annihilation. But there are 15 enemies and only 14 of us. Moreover, a few half-step Divine Physique Echelon warriors won't be able to handle them. Sheng Yu frowned and said, The 4 of you, work together to restrain one undead spirit. Ling Xiao arranged. All right. If they couldn't even do this, then these 4 half-step Divine Physique Echelon warriors should get lost. Sheng Yu, Yu Chen, Wang Quan, Lang Qingqing, Hai Shixiang, Zi Lin, and Bai Yinzilong. The 7 of you will deal with one each. Although they weren't used to Ling Xiao giving orders, they could only listen at this moment, because they had no other choice. For the remaining 7, Cold Plum and Xiao Jin will be responsible for 2 each. Is that okay with you? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. All right, I'll deal with the last 3. Let's begin. After Ling Xiao finished his arrangements, everyone had already rushed out, each facing their own opponents. Ling Xiao immediately enveloped the 3 first-level Divine Physique Echelon Undead Clan martial artists within his martial soul barrier. This insignificant ant dares to face the 3 of us. The 2 of you don't have to do anything. I'll do it. The warrior with the number 3 walked towards Ling Xiao with disdain and indifference in his eyes. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment that he could speak. However, he soon understood. Even the King of Dead Souls could speak, so there was no reason why the Emperor's personal guard couldn't. Come on, little bastard. If you can hurt me, I'll let you go. Undead Soul Guard number 3 sneered. Really? Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, this kid is indeed a good-for-nothing. Even if I don't use my hands, you're still no match for me. Let me tell you, we're the undead emperor's personal guards. With your strength, you're not even fit to clean our shoes. Undead Soul Guard number 3 was even more disdainful. At this moment, Ling Xiao made his move. Not his true self, but the demon lord. Ling Xiao knew clearly that it was impossible for him to win against 3 first-level divine physique echelon warriors. Therefore, he didn't plan to face the 3 of them head-on right from the start. He had to take advantage of their underestimation and kill one of them first. This way, it would be much easier to deal with the remaining 2. End of chapter. Chapter 46:11. Even Undead Guard number 3 was underestimated by Ling Xiao. Thus, he lost his life. Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into Demon Lord Ling Xiao. The East Victory Demon Sword instantly slashed at Undead Guard number 3. Too fast, too sudden. So fast that the other 2 Undead Guards couldn't even help in time. Undead Guard number 3 even maintained his previous contempt and disdain. His head had already been pierced. Even the undead essence was taken out by Ling Xiao. Number 3. The other 2 undead guards only reacted at this moment. Unfortunately, it was too late. I'm going to kill you. Undead guard number 5 seemed to have a good relationship with number 3. Seeing that number 3 was killed, he pounced toward Ling Xiao crazily. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. Idiot. He suddenly took out the ghost lantern. A fire dragon engulfed number 5's entire body. One had to know that the ghost lantern was a treasure that could even burn a second-level divine body realm martial artist to death. Number 5 was only at the first-level divine body realm. How could he resist it? In an instant, another one was killed. Ling Xiao returned to his original body. Although such a battle was easy, it didn't do much to increase his original body's strength. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't plan to continue using it. He entered the Black Goat Undead Beast Soul transformation state. He looked at the remaining undead guard indifferently. His body was marked with number 1. Although these 15 undead guards had the same cultivation level, their strength was also divided into strong and weak. The closer the number was to the front, the stronger it was. This number 1 was the most terrifying one among the 15 undead guards. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao looked at him and smiled faintly. You're really a cunning human and very dangerous. I give up resisting. Just kill me. Number 1 closed his eyes, as if he had accepted the fate of death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao smiled. Chi. His figure suddenly flashed, and the East Victory Sky sword in his hand suddenly pierced out. The speed of this attack was as fast as lightning. At the very least, martial artists below the second level of the divine body realm wouldn't be qualified to compete with him in terms of speed. The sword pierced his opponent's head. Blood splattered everywhere. If it were anyone else, they would probably be celebrating right now. Because he had killed his opponent, the battle had ended. However, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sneer. He abruptly thrust the East Victory Heaven sword to his side. It was faster and more powerful. Ding! As the cold light collided, a figure was forced back. You actually saw through my clone? Number 1 seemed very surprised. On the surface, there was no difference between his clone and his main body. Even if it was pierced, it would also bleed. This was because his clone was a blood clone. Regardless of whether it was his eyes or his soul power scanning, there was no difference at all. In the past, who knew how many martial artists had died at the hands of his blood clones? Therefore, his plan was very simple. It was to pretend to give up and let Ling Xiao kill him. Then, when the other party was not paying attention, he would suddenly attack. Kill Ling Xiao. The plan was perfect, and Ling Xiao had also successfully taken the bait. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through his scheme. What a joke. Ling Xiao was someone who had the Taiji eye. The Taiji eye could see through all pretenses. No matter how real that blood clone was, it still couldn't escape his eyes. Moreover, Ling Xiao was very cautious and cunning to begin with. How could he easily believe that number 1 would choose to commit suicide? It wasn't that easy for anyone to sneak up on him. He originally planned to beat him at his own game, and make use of the other party's mentality that his scheme had succeeded to kill him. However, it seemed like his main body didn't have that much attack power. Also, this number one wasn't a fool. He was also very cautious. He had already prepared a way out. Didn't you say you wanted me to kill you? Why are you regretting it now? Ling Xiao looked at number one and mocked him. The surprise on number one's face quickly disappeared, and he said indifferently, "You're wrong. I only asked you to kill my clone. I don't regret it. You also did the same. Hee, you really know how to quibble. Why don't I stand here and let you kill me?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You stand there and let me kill you?" Number one froze for a moment, then immediately shook his head and said, "You're too cunning. I don't want to be like number 3 and number 5. I fell for your trick." Hee, thank you for the compliment. I'm really overwhelmed by the favor. Ling Xiao said with a smile. "I didn't compliment you. You." The last word was because he was surprised. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao launched another attack. Usually, it was him who schemed against others. He didn't expect that this time, he would be schemed against by others. Ling Xiao's sudden attack was extremely fast. Escape light. There was almost no time interval between this move. The terrifying sword chi directly pierced towards number one's head. Although number one had a blood clone, it was simply useless in front of Ling Xiao. This made number one extremely depressed. "I thought I picked up a soft persimmon, but I didn't expect it to be a lump of iron." Swoosh! The sword light slid past his ear. He had already dodged very quickly, but half of his ear was still cut off. Fortunately, the undead spirit clan didn't feel pain. Otherwise, he would probably be screaming in pain now. "Good boy, you're ruthless." Number one snorted coldly. A sickle appeared in his hand, and he charged towards Ling Xiao with it. Ding 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 ding. The two of them constantly collided with the martial spirit barrier. Their speed was extremely fast. Every collision could make Ling Xiao vomit blood. It seems that with my current cultivation, it's too difficult to directly fight a first-level divine body realm martial artist with my original body. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao summoned the Sky Tyrant martial spirit without hesitation. It merged into his body. His strength instantly skyrocketed. At the same time, he released the Sun God's blood formation. He activated the second layer of Bloody Rat Demon. His combat strength skyrocketed again. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. But he wasn't as depressed as before. Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate number one at all. If it was Ling Xiao, the Demon Lord, he might be able to win easily. But with his original body, Ling Xiao, it would really take some effort. But seeing the energy in his cultivation increasing continuously, Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it. Every divine body realm martial artist he met now was the key to his cultivation breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. All the battles in the main hall were in progress. There were a total of 11 battles. In order not to affect each other, everyone was relatively far away. This way, they could fight with peace of mind. Of course, everyone consciously avoided the supreme-grade spirit stones. Although supreme-grade spirit stones were very hard and not easy to destroy, accidents could still happen. It was better to be cautious. What was surprising was that this main hall clearly had some kind of restriction. When an attack hit the wall, it would suddenly disappear, as if it was sucked away by something. This also prevented the battle from causing too much commotion and destroying the main hall. Although Ling Xiao's battle was relatively easy, but the other battles were very tragic. They were basically playing with their lives. These 11 battles were basically evenly matched at the moment. The 4 half-step divine body realm martial artists relied on their Dharma treasures and didn't fall into a disadvantage for the time being. Chapter 46:12. Ling Xiao was most concerned about the battle between Cold Plum and Little Gold. After all, this was a 1-on-2 battle. Fortunately, the two of them were performing very well. Not only did they not seem to be at a disadvantage, they became more and more courageous. Seeing this, Ling Xiao was relieved. He focused on the battle with number one in front of him. Number one's greatest reliance was the blood clone. Unfortunately, this technique was worthless in front of Ling Xiao. This caused him to gradually be at a disadvantage in the battle. One had to know that the sun god's blood formation could not only increase Ling Xiao's strength, it could also continue to weaken the opponent's strength. The difference between the two of them was huge. Gradually, number one felt that something was wrong. He was eager to end the battle quickly. I can only go all out. Number one was anxious. He, who had always been calm, finally lost his rationality in front of Ling Xiao. He knew that the blood clone was useless, but he still used it forcefully. In an instant, the martial soul barrier was almost completely occupied by the blood clones. There were hundreds of them. Ling Xiao snorted. He directly used the endless divine fist. The sky was filled with fist shadows. The blood clones that were hit were instantly shattered. You've been tricked. Number one's voice suddenly sounded from behind. He used the blood clone's ultimate profound meaning. This power Upanishad could divide his real body into two parts and mix them with the blood clones. Although the real body split would only have half of the original attack power. If the sneak attack succeeded, Ling Xiao would definitely die. The sickle in his hand slashed at Ling Xiao's neck. No. Number one's expression changed drastically, because what the sickle targeted was obviously an illusion. It did not feel like a real body at all. Have you ever understood the power of the phantom of the holy ground? Ling Xiao's voice sounded from behind number one. The heavenly victory sword directly pierced through the opponent's head. Number one only had half of his strength, so naturally, he was easily killed. The other half was also killed by Ling Xiao 10 minutes later. Since then, Ling Xiao had killed 3 first-level divine physique echelon undead personal guards. He had obtained 3 necromancy essences. He had already gathered 100 necromancer's essences. After killing number 1, number 3, and number 5, Ling Xiao did not immediately help the others. Instead, he stood there and watched coldly. Yu Qian, Zilin, Shengyu, and Bai Yinzilong did not need his help at all. He had already suppressed his opponent. Victory was only a matter of time. Cold Plum and Xiao Jin had already taken care of their respective opponents. Now that it was one-on-one, they had a greater advantage. Lang Qingqing, Royalty Bideo, and Sea Lion Hero were in trouble. His body had already suffered many injuries. He was being suppressed by his opponent. As for the 4 half-step divine physique realm martial artists, they were killed because of the ghost fish. Now, the disadvantage was very obvious. I didn't expect that Guiyu would die in such a manner. He's really unlucky. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head, without the slightest bit of sympathy. Ghostfish wanted to kill him back then, but in the end, he used a magic treasure to escape. This time, there was no way for him to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit stones placed there. Although there was an array formation protecting them, it was still not enough. Although there was a protective array around them, it was not a problem for him. He stepped forward and put the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones into his Dongshang Emperor ring. Ling Xiao, you bastard. Seeing that Ling Xiao had taken all the spirit stones away, Royalty Bideo flew into a rage. However, he was distracted for a moment, and his throat was pierced by his opponent's sword. Although this was not enough to kill Royalty Bideo, but it caused him to be seriously injured. It was impossible for him to recover in a short time. Thank me. If we weren't teammates now, I wouldn't have saved you. Ling Xiao jumped in front of Royalty Bideo and blocked the fatal blow for him. Royalty Bideo's opponent was number 14. He was considered the weakest among the 15. Moreover, he was injured in the battle with Royalty Bideo and had consumed a lot of energy. Ling Xiao only used his true body to kill his opponent in one move. 4. Previously, they had agreed that whoever killed the most undead spirit guards would get more spirit stones. At this moment, another person let out a scream. The twin brothers were killed. Zhou Guang was so scared that he turned around and fled. For people couldn't kill one opponent. Then it was impossible for him to do it alone. Unfortunately, the undead guard didn't give him the chance at all. Ling Xiao wanted to save him, but it was too late. Zhou Guang was directly cut in half by the sickle. Ling Xiao jumped over and killed the undead guard from behind. 5. Ling Xiao, help me. The Sea Lion hero suddenly shouted. Compared to spirit stones, he wanted his life more. Although he had already seriously injured his opponent at this time, his injuries were even worse. If this continued, he would definitely die. He could only ask for help. Void-shattering finger. Transcend the void. Ling Xiao used the first level of void-shattering finger and directly stabbed Sea Lion Hero's opponent. 6. At this moment, Cold Plum and Little Gold had also finished their battle. Both of them were second-level Divine Body Realm powerhouses after all. As long as one of them was killed, it would be easy. So far, the Battle Alliance's team had already killed 10 undead guards. If the 10,000 spirit stones were divided into 3 portions, they would get 2 portions. Miss Qingqing, do you need help? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. At this moment, Lang Qingqing was also in trouble. She originally wanted to wait for Shangyu to save her, but now, it seemed that she couldn't wait any longer. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and help. Lang Qingqing was also very helpless. She had already tried her best, but the opponent was too strong. There was nothing she could do. Okay. Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed over. The East Victory Sky sword in his hand burst out a terrifying light. Only a little bit left. This was also a sword light that directly killed Lang Qingqing's already seriously injured opponent. Then, with a perfect arc, it also killed Zilin's opponent. 8. This was Ling Xiao's personal result. Bastard. What are you doing? Zilin said angrily. Sorry, my hand accidentally slipped. Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, Yu Qian, Shangyu, and Bai Yinzilong all killed their opponents one after another. The battle had ended. It could be said that it was a Pyrrhic victory. The half-step divine physique realm martial artists were all dead. Wang Quanbadeo and Hai Shixiang were seriously injured. Lang Qingqing was also seriously injured. Ling Xiao, you bastard, you didn't save them. You're stealing my kill. Zilin roared angrily. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao looked at Zilin coldly. I didn't save them? If I didn't save them, Wang Quanbadeo, Hai Shixiang, and Lang Qingqing would all die. Those people are too weak, I couldn't save them in time. You dare to slander me? Boss, don't talk nonsense with that kid. He's not capable, yet he's still shouting. Xiao Jin said disdainfully. Ling Xiao sneered and began to distribute the spirit stones. Our Battle Alliance team has already killed 13 Commander Kisses. I'll take 9,000 spirit stones. As for the remaining 1,000, Yu Chun and Shang Yu will take 500 each. Any questions? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. Although the two of them were somewhat helpless, they could only accept it. This was already much better than what they had imagined. I'll give you 1,000 silver. Cold Plum and Xiao Jin, you two will take 2,000 each. Ling Xiao was never stingy with his brothers. Chapter 46:13. Ling Xiao still had 4,000 top-grade spirit stones even after distributing them to his brothers. This was already the most he had. Boss, I don't want it. Me too. Cold Plum and Xiao Jin shook their heads. Seeing that Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, Xiao Jin said, Boss, if you think highly of me, just accept it. I already took your Phoenix Martial Soul and Death Wither. It's not right to ask for more spirit stones. That's right, Master. I also got the Eternal Fruit and Ancient War Tree. Cold Plum said. Fine, I'll keep it for now. Ling Xiao wasn't a bashful person, so he had 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. You guys are making me embarrassed. Yinlong smiled bitterly and said, How can I take 1,000? How about this? I'll only take 500. I'll return the remaining 500 to you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You don't have to do this. I just want to let some people see that those who are with me, Ling Xiao, will never suffer. All right, then I'll accept your offer. Yinlong really thought highly of Ling Xiao now. This method of winning people over is amazing. Even he was touched. Perhaps he couldn't repay this favor here. However, when he returned to Golden City, he had to do something for Ling Xiao no matter what. Are we still going forward? After distributing the spirit stones, Ling Xiao looked at Shang Yu and asked. Of course. Shang Yu said, Anyway, all the trash are dead, and the rest are divine physique realm martial artists. They won't drag us down? All right, then let's rest for a while. When the three of them recover, we'll continue. Ling Xiao didn't care. Although Lang Qingqing, Hai Shixiang, and Wang Quanbadeo's injuries were very serious, They had brought excellent recovery medicine with them. In just half an hour or so, he had almost fully recovered. Let's go. Seeing that it was about time, Shang Yu asked everyone to continue. Although Ling Xiao got the most top-grade spirit stones this time, Shang Yu and Yu Chun also got 500. It was a great harvest. They looked forward to the road ahead even more. There were 3 exits to the hall. Everyone chose the middle path. Are you sure you didn't see anything? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Stop trying to be mysterious. How many times has it been? Wang Quan domineering snapped. He didn't even get a single top-grade spirit stone. He was in a bad mood. However, it never occurred to him that his life was saved by Ling Xiao. If not for Ling Xiao, he would have died long ago. To think that he was still acting tough here. Ling Xiao looked at the others. They didn't seem to care, so he couldn't be bothered to say anything. He only reminded Cold Plum, Little Gold, and the Silver Dragon to be careful. They were definitely being targeted by something. However, he wasn't afraid. After the battle with the undead guards, his cultivation C energy had increased to 60%. His strength was twice as strong. Or rather, he hoped to meet a powerful expert. The road was very straight, with almost no bends. The road to the Yellow Springs seemed to have been cut off ahead. A tall tower appeared. This tower wasn't the skeleton tower that Ling Xiao saw before. Instead, it was a gray tower. The material used should be ordinary bricks and stones. Ghost King Tower. What is a Ghost King? Undead King, guards, and now a Ghost King. It's really complicated. Who cares what it is? Let's go in and see. Wang Quan domineering hoped that he could gain something. He didn't get anything before, but in this Ghost King Tower, he might get something good. Is there anyone who doesn't want to go in? Shang Yu asked. Everyone didn't say a word. Okay, then let's go in together. No one objected. A group of 10 people pushed open the door of the Ghost King Tower. They walked inside. At that moment, a gloomy and terrifying aura suddenly surged out from inside. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Everyone shuddered. Although there was some fear in their hearts, how could this fear stop their courage? Of course, there was also greed. When they thought that there might be many treasures inside, they couldn't help but be very excited. Boom! As soon as the 10 people entered, the door slammed shut. Everyone was taken aback by this. However, nothing happened. Everyone searched from the first floor up. They didn't find anything in the first 17 floors, which made them feel a little dispirited. However, they had to continue. It would be a pity if they gave up here. Thus, everyone stepped into the 18th floor. The 18th floor was also gloomy. It was even more terrifying than the first 17 floors combined. That cold aura made everyone tremble. At the same time, 2 figures appeared outside the Ghost King Tower. If Ling Xiao saw them, he would be very surprised. Because these people were none other than Wang Quan Domineering and Pterosaur. The 2 people who were killed by Ling Xiao appeared at the same time. However, there was no light in their eyes. It was as if they were dead. These 2 figures rushed into the Ghost King Tower. Be careful. On the 18th floor, Shang Yu reminded. This place was too strange. Even if it was for treasures, they couldn't let their guard down. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. There was a high platform in front of them. On the high platform, there were 5 treasures. All of them were Emperor weapons. Although they couldn't see how many dragon patterns there were, they were definitely Emperor weapons. A treasured sword, a long saber, a pair of shoes, a soft armor, a purple gold alms bowl. The others only saw these 5 items. However, Ling Xiao noticed that beside these 5 treasures, there was an item that was almost covered by dust. He couldn't see if it was a book or a scroll. However, Ling Xiao could feel that this item wasn't simple. The moment they saw the treasures, everyone's expression became unfriendly. Perhaps their teamwork had come to an end. There were only 5 treasures, but there were 10 people. How were they going to split them? Moreover, even if they could split them equally, some people wouldn't be willing. Idiots, you didn't even see what level the Emperor weapons were, and you're already prepared to kill each other? Do you think it's worth it for 1 or 2 Emperor weapons without dragon patterns? Of course, I don't mind if you insist on fighting among yourselves. After all, our side is much stronger than yours. Ling Xiao reminded. That's right. What he said is very reasonable. Holy Rain nodded. If it was really an Emperor weapon without dragon patterns, or an Emperor weapon with one dragon pattern, it wasn't worth it to kill each other for that. But who will be sent to determine the level of the items? No matter who goes, I believe everyone won't be at ease. Wang Quan said domineeringly. Especially not the Battle Alliance's team. You guys are the strongest. If you want to monopolize it, we can't do anything. Idiot. While speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly rushed out. He said that he didn't know the level of those items, but that was a complete lie. Actually, with the strength of his Tai Chi eye, he had already seen that the 4 Emperor weapons were Emperor weapons with 4 dragon patterns, although they were weaker than 9 dragon patterns. However, Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns were already the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Emperor weapons with 4 dragon patterns weren't weak at all. His words were just to stall for time, so that the other person wouldn't act recklessly. Chapter 46:14. What the hell is that? Ling Xiao scooped up the 5 items and put them into the Dongshang Emperor ring. Originally, he wanted to face the other people's attacks. However, he suddenly heard a woman sobbing coming from the 18th floor. The other people also heard it. They all looked in the direction of the sobbing sound. It was a woman with very long hair. Her face couldn't be seen, and her hair almost reached the ground. She was wearing white clothes and was floating toward them. She was crying as she rushed over. Whoosh! Suddenly, the female ghost's hair turned into 10 poisonous snakes and attacked the 10 people at the same time. Her speed was terrifying. She was even more terrifying than a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Be careful. Ling Xiao mainly reminded his own people. As for the others, he didn't care about their lives. This group that wasn't very stable in the first place should be disbanded at this point. A mournful scream was heard. A strand of snake-shaped hair pierced into Sea Lion Hero's arm. Sea Lion Hero thought that he would be fine. However, who would have thought that his right arm would wither and deform in an instant? All his blood essence was sucked dry. The hair spread from his arm and headed toward his heart and head. Ching, let's go. Holy Rain's shield shone with white light and blocked the attack of the snake-like hair for him. He even blocked the attack for Lang Qingqing. At the same time, he pulled Lang Qingqing and continued forward. Obviously, Holy Rain realized that if he continued to follow Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to get anything. He might as well take the risk himself. Tyrannical, let's go too. Yu Chun was also dissatisfied. Together with Wang Quan and Tyrannical, they swept away their long black hair and turned to leave. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Zilin didn't want to stay. Ling Xiao had always wanted to kill him. If he continued to stay here, only death would await him. He might as well go out and try his luck. The female ghost didn't chase after those who ran away. Instead, she stared at Ling Xiao and the others. You're courting death. Little Gold released the 9 underworld's yellow spring golden light. The female ghost crashed into the golden light and let out a shrill scream. A moment later, she was completely melted. Although the golden light of the 9 underworld's yellow springs was extremely cold, it could melt everything in the world. This was Xiao Jin's trump card. He usually didn't use it. This time, he had only used it out of desperation. Its power was truly terrifying. Ling Xiao kept all 4 monarch armaments for now. This monarch weapon had a thick, dead spirit chi, which needed to be neutralized first. As for who it would be given to in the end, that would have to be decided later. However, Ling Xiao was most interested in the 5th item, a picture scroll. Just as he was about to study it, someone suddenly screamed and ran in. Oh my, isn't this Zilin? Why are you back? Ling Xiao said with a smile when he saw Zilin. Ghost. Zilin couldn't even speak properly. Ling Xiao did not mock Zilin. Zilin was a first-level divine physique echelon expert. Moreover, he was a top-notch existence within the divine physique echelon. Something that could make him so fearful was definitely not simple. The next moment, he saw 2 figures rushing in from outside the door. Both of them were dressed in white. Their skin seemed to have lost all color, and there were many traces of stitching on their bodies. However, there was no way Ling Xiao would ever forget their faces. They were Wang Quan under the heavens and pterosaur, whom he had killed earlier. What the hell? Ling Xiao sucked in a cold breath. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Now, he felt more and more that the corpse Ghost King was very likely the previous Golden Emperor. The souls in Wang Quan under the heavens and pterosaur's bodies were complete. However, they did not belong to them. Only their bodies belonged to them. Their souls seemed to be stronger. Their bodies had also undergone some special treatment, which made them much stronger than before. The two of them used to be first-level divine physique echelon experts, but their auras now felt like they had reached second-level divine physique echelon. What the hell is this place for? Why can a person's body merge with another person's soul? The white silver dragon felt his entire body trembling. Ling Xiao had never seen such a strange thing. He had never seen such a strange thing either. This was simply too strange. Pterosaur, I don't know why, but I seem to hate those people over there. Wang Quan under the heavens spoke. Me too. There doesn't seem to be any reason. Perhaps it's the hatred brought by this body. Pterosaur said faintly. Their voices were cold and indifferent as if ghosts were talking. Pterosaur, do you still recognize me? I'm Zilin. Zilin hurriedly said when he saw that Pterosaur could still speak. Zilin, I think I do, but I don't think I do. Forget it. Anyway, Master said to kill all living things that enter this place. Pterosaur thought for a while and said. Zilin's expression changed drastically. Originally, he was a very confident person. However, the series of blows had caused him to completely lose his confidence and become like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. He had completely lost his courage. Unlike him, Ling Xiao and the others were already prepared. This battle was obviously unavoidable. Although they did not know how these two monsters were formed, it was most likely the doing of the dead spirit emperor. Damn it, turning people into monsters directly. This dead spirit emperor really knows how to play. Kill. Suddenly, Pterosaur and Wang Quan under the heavens attacked. One pounced on Zilin, while the other pounced on the white silver dragon. Perhaps it was because they were the closest to each other. Or perhaps it was because they were the weakest. Or perhaps it was just a random choice. No matter what, their attack had begun. Boom, boom. The white silver dragon and Zilin were sent flying at the first contact. Help, Ling Xiao said, of course, to help the white silver dragon. As for Zilin's life or death, it had nothing to do with him. Golden Prince, save me. I'm willing to sign a blood contract with you. Zilin roared. Boss, that guy's family is very strong. If he becomes my blood slave, it will be very useful for controlling the Savage Beast region. Cold Plum went to help the white silver dragon. Little Gold looked at Ling Xiao and said, boom. At this moment, Cold Plum and Pterosaur collided. The two of them actually took half a step back. They were evenly matched. So strong. Ling Xiao knew how strong Cold Plum was. After obtaining the ancient war tree martial soul, Cold Plum was considered one of the top existences in the second level of the divine physique echelon. She was actually evenly matched with that guy. He really didn't know how such a monster was created. Let's sign the blood contract now. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't mind having another follower. Because according to Little Gold, once the blood contract was signed, it could never be betrayed. Even if the master died, the blood slave would only die with him. Under normal circumstances, the blood contract couldn't be betrayed. Therefore, this blood contract could only be signed with the consent of both parties. It couldn't be forced. Now that Zilin agreed, the blood contract was naturally established. Ling Xiao saw a strange incantation on both of their bodies. It flickered and disappeared. Although Zilin was unwilling, he could only accept his fate now. Chapter 46:15. Go and save him. Ling Xiao looked at Zilin, who was already beaten black and blue, and said to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin broke through the air. Terrifying flames enveloped his entire body. He fought with Wang Quan under the heavens. Wang Quan under the heavens did not have a weapon in his hand, but that hand felt even more terrifying than the 3 dragon patterns emperor weapon. The two fought crazily on the 18th floor. In the blink of an eye, they had already fought for dozens of rounds, but there was still no winner. Void-shattering finger. Transcend the void. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and pointed out. It directly pierced through Wang Quan under the heaven's head. Ordinary undead creatures would definitely die if their heads were shot through. But Wang Quan under the heavens was only stunned for a moment and did not have any reaction. He must have a weakness. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and began to search for weaknesses. At this time, the Silver Dragon and Cold Plum had joined forces to suppress the pterosaur. Half of the pterosaur's body was destroyed, but the pterosaur did not even let out a scream. Undead essence. The undead essence in their bodies is where their souls are located, Ling Xiao said loudly. At this moment, Wang Quan under the heavens actually abandoned his opponent and turned to escape. This fellow had actually sensed the danger and slipped away. Unfortunately, the pterosaur was one step behind him. Xiao Jin blocked the door and burned it to ashes. He did not believe that the corpse could be resurrected when it had been turned to ashes. This undead essence is so big and heavy. Ling Xiao held the undead essence in his hand and felt that it was not a cold energy, but a holy energy. This thing might be able to help me refine the White Lotus Divine Supreme. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged and began to try. Anyway, with Xiao Jin and Cold Plum around, no one could disturb him. It really works. After a while, a man in white appeared beside Ling Xiao. He looked pure and holy. His appearance was exactly the same as Ling Xiao, but he had a holy aura. He sat cross-legged on the White Lotus. Holy and domineering. Ha ha ha, it's a success. Ling Xiao laughed excitedly. Out of the 3 venerables, 2 had already been formed. There was only one venerable emperor left. The venerable sovereign was the way of the emperor. It was also very suitable for Ling Xiao. When Zilin saw Hierarch White Lotus, he was dumbfounded. He had already met Black Lotus Demon Venerable. This was the first time Venerable White Lotus had seen such a thing. Just what kind of cultivation technique is this fellow cultivating? He can actually condense such a terrifying avatar. Avatars were not clones. It was equivalent to Ling Xiao having another body. The difference between the avatar and the main body was that due to the limits of the cultivation technique, the avatar would reach a certain limit and be unable to advance any further. However, the potential of the original body was limitless. Ling Xiao didn't know what level of cultivation method the Lotus Sutra was, mainly because his cultivation was too low, so he couldn't sense it. Boss, congratulations. Xiao Jin laughed excitedly. Nothing. Ling Xiao smiled and handed the heaven-victorious sword to Supremacy White Lotus. These 2 swords were more suitable for Divine Venerable White Lotus and Demon Venerable Black Lotus. What he needed now was an Emperor's sword, because he wanted to cultivate the Golden Lotus Scroll. It just so happened that he had such a sword. It was the Emperor's weapon with 4 dragon patterns that he had just obtained, the Ghost King's Sword. The Ghost King's Sword might not be as sharp as the Heaven Victorious Sword and Demon Victorious Sword. However, it contained the Emperor's Ghost Chi. It was more suitable for the current Ling Xiao. Most importantly, it came with its own ultimate skill. This ultimate skill didn't need to be cultivated. Its power was enough to pose a great threat to 3rd-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. Moreover, it had nothing to do with the user's strength. It could be said that it was more terrifying than the 12 Divine Beast technique and more powerful than the Void-shattering finger. Let's go. Let's continue forward. I have a feeling that something interesting will happen ahead. Ling Xiao stood up. After condensing Hierarch White Lotus, his cultivation C's energy had increased by 20% and was now at 80%. His aura became stronger again. Ling Xiao glanced at Zilin and realized that Zilin's arrogance had been completely erased. Becoming a blood slave might be worse than death. However, some people were willing to do anything in order to survive. After leaving the Ghost King Tower, the 5 of them started to track Wang under the heavens. However, after chasing for half a day, there was no trace of him. They had no choice but to give up. Most importantly, this place was filled with death aura. It was too difficult to capture Wang under the heavens aura. Forget it. Let's continue forward. Although Ling Xiao had collected 10 necromancy essences, he didn't use them immediately, because he wasn't sure what would happen after using the necromancy essences. Once he was separated from his teammates, there would be more trouble. They walked for another hour or so. One of the necromancy kings, the Ghost King, appeared in front of them. The Ghost King glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed. You have collected all the necromancy essences, but you didn't choose to leave. Seems like you plan to enter the Great Emperor Palace? That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. He could feel kindness and struggle from the Ghost King. The Ghost King might be different from Wang under the heavens. This body wasn't his, but the soul was. Therefore, he would remember more things. I have to remind you that once you enter the Great Emperor Palace, even I can't help you. You're on your own. The Ghost King said again. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. Since he had come so far, it was impossible for him to give up. No matter how dangerous the future was, he was going to fight. What's more, he had two avatars, the Divine Lord and the Demon Lord. He even obtained a special divine ability. It was fusion. This fusion could fuse the strength of the Divine Lord, the Demon Lord, and the original body into one. The effective time was half an hour, and the cooldown time was 12 hours. Although it was only half an hour, Ling Xiao would obtain extremely terrifying combat power in this half an hour. Therefore, he was going to fight. Well, since you have decided, face it bravely. By the way, let me remind you that you are definitely not the only one going to the Great Emperor Palace. The Ghost King said again. What will happen to the people outside? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. If you can't collect 100 necromancy essences, you will die. The Dead Spirit Emperor only gave you 24 hours, and 20 hours have passed. In 4 hours, the undead army in the City of No Return will all move out. At that time, there will be no more living people in the City of No Return. Either leave or enter the Great Emperor Palace. The Ghost King sighed. When he said this, he obviously couldn't bear it. That's really cruel. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Is the strong playing with people's lives? Let's see what this Death Spirit Emperor is made of. Although many warriors who entered the world of souls had nothing to do with him, but they were all martial artists. Ling Xiao was a person with great ambitions. He wanted to unify the mystic world and rebuild the sacred dynasty of the human race. Since this was the case, he would never allow such an evil creature to harm the lives of his own kind. Now, he couldn't care less, but he at least had to remember the appearance of the Dead Spirit Emperor. There would be a day when he would kill this evil thing. Chapter 46:16. He lifted his foot and walked towards the Great Emperor Palace. Behind him was a carnival of undead spirits. More and more undead creatures appeared in the City of No Return. Soon, this place would become a purgatory. If they couldn't leave or enter the Great Emperor Palace, they would be dead for sure. The undead army led by the undead spirit kings was ready to set off. Their lethality was much more terrifying than the undead creatures. Many cultivators had already discovered this horrifying situation. They were desperately looking for an exit, but it was to no avail. In front of them, the gate of the Great Emperor Palace had already opened. Ling Xiao walked while listening to the screams of the people. He didn't feel good in his heart. His face became incomparably gloomy. If he didn't come here, he would have died like these people. If he didn't have a divine tool like the Dongshang Emperor Ring, his friends would also have died like this, and he couldn't do anything about it. This made him hate the mastermind even more. Perhaps to the undead spirit emperor, this was just a boring game. But to them, this was a gamble with their lives. The Great Emperor Palace was the tall tower with piles of skeletons that Ling Xiao saw before. As he walked closer, he could see it more clearly. Each and every one of those skeletons was completely intact. Although they didn't have any expression, their bones revealed endless resentment and unwillingness. How many people did the undead spirit emperor kill? Ling Xiao felt a chill in his heart. This was a real lunatic who treated human lives like grass. A lunatic who treated people like ants. He could imagine how these people struggled to survive when they were alive. They were no different from those who were being slaughtered now. Stepping into the gate, it was a bright and beautiful palace. The style here was completely different from the outside. It was very luxurious and comfortable. Ling Xiao noticed that there were a few corpses. They were actually cultivators from the underworld demon domain. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't the people from the underworld demon domain have a plan? Did the plan fail? Among the corpses, there was a familiar 100 bugs. You guys really came. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao looked at the other side. It was Lang Qingqing and Shang Yu who were standing there quietly. On the other side were Yu Chun and Wang Quan Badeo. These fellows were quite lucky to have made it here alive. Brother Ling. Another figure walked out from the darkness. It was Emo Jiao. Another person followed behind him. It was Tiger Soul. You're here too? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, what's the point of going out? Since the great Emperor Palace invited us, there must be something good. We can't miss it. The demonic flood dragon smiled. Oomph. Tiger Soul snorted coldly and did not attack. Although this damned place was magnificent, it gave people a huge pressure. He didn't want to fight here. Moreover, Ling Xiao had 5 people on his side. He couldn't afford to offend them. Lin, I didn't expect that a dignified martial practitioner of the Flood Dragon clan from the Wild Beast region would side with that brat. Yu Chen sneered. Hee hee, let's talk about it after we get out of here alive. Is there any point in arguing? Ling Xiao said with a smile. This Death Spirit Great Emperor is a guy who likes to play pranks. Who knows, he might ask us to kill each other later. At that time, do you think you'll be a match for the 5 of us? These words made Yu Chen's face turn ugly. It wasn't impossible, but very likely. He started to regret coming here. Seeing that this guy didn't say anything, Ling Xiao asked the few people beside him to sit down and rest. After them, many more people came in one after another. When the total number of people reached 108, the door slammed shut. Most of these faces were unfamiliar to him. There were even some elders who had been in the Death Spirit world for a long time. Perhaps they were here to enter the great Emperor Palace. Among them, a few were quite strong. Moreover, some of them were obviously hostile towards Ling Xiao. They were from the Deep Sea Dragon region, Thunder Astral region, Raging Flame Astral region, and Tempest Astral region. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. These fellows probably knew that he had killed someone. He believed that it was most likely the Death Spirit Great Emperor who told them. The Death Spirit Great Emperor obviously wanted to watch a show. The more lively, the better. You're Ling Xiao? The one who spoke was the only martial artist from the Underworld Demon region. Yes, so what? Ling Xiao looked at the other party and didn't show any signs of weakness. My name is Blood Demon. Remember it. I'll be the one who kills you. Blood Demon sneered and returned to the crowd. Ling Xiao knew that this guy wanted to make him afraid. He wanted to make him restless in the upcoming events. However, would Ling Xiao be afraid? He only smiled contemptuously. Then, he went to think about his own matters. Yu Shen's aura was getting thicker and thicker. He was sure that he was in the Great Emperor Palace. However, he didn't know the exact location. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. In the magnificent hall, there were 2 unfamiliar figures. They were wearing black and white clothes. They were wearing strange masks. They attracted everyone's attention. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the 2 masked men quietly. Their hearts were beating faster. The Death Spirit Great Emperor isn't coming out? Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. These 2 people were obviously not the Death Spirit Great Emperor, because their strength was about the same as the Death Spirit King. Perhaps they were slightly stronger. They had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Physique realm, but that was the end. The black and white impermanence of the City of No Return. Emo Jiao's voice was trembling. I've only heard of it before. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes this time. Black and white impermanence? Hee hee, how could the real black and white impermanence be so weak? They're just using the name of the black and white impermanence. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. There were legends of the underworld among the people of the mystic world. Some said that it was the inside of the mystic world, a place controlled by the 10 kings of hell. The black and white impermanents were the peerless powerhouses. If the 10 kings of hell were similar to the 7 sovereigns, then the black and white impermanents were at least the subordinates of the 7 sovereigns. It was impossible for them to be so weak. Therefore, this was naturally fake. After the black and white impermanents appeared, the remaining 11 Death Spirit Kings all returned to their positions and stood beside them. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Everyone was extremely nervous. First of all, welcome everyone who has bravely stepped into the Great Emperor Palace. You will feel honored for your choice. We are the Black and White Impermanents, the personal guards of the Death Spirit Great Emperor. The Black Impermanence was the first to speak. His voice was cold and eerie, as if there was a terrifying feeling that could hook one's soul. It made people feel very uncomfortable listening to it. Almost everyone was listening quietly. Only Ling Xiao opened his mouth and asked, "Where's the Death Spirit Great Emperor? Why didn't he appear?" "Because you don't deserve to see the Death Spirit Great Emperor." The White Impermanence's voice was even sharper, like a woman's voice, making people feel very ear-piercing and uncomfortable. Chapter 46:17. Haha, is that so? Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything else. Clearly, the Death Spirit Emperor looked down on them. This meant that his strength was even more terrifying. The reason why Ling Xiao had said those words was to test this. Now, he had to reevaluate the strength of the Death Spirit Emperor. He was definitely much stronger than Black and White Impermanence. There are no more questions, right? White Impermanence asked coldly. No one said anything else. Thus, Black Impermanence continued. Since there are no more questions, we will continue to convey the Emperor's decree. I invited all of you here because the Great Emperor has prepared 108 treasures for all of you. Among them, 107 are Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. You should understand the meaning of this, right? Hearing Black Impermanence's words, many people's breathing became rapid. Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns were the top Emperor armaments in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If they obtained it, everyone knew what it meant. They worked so hard to come here and experienced so many dangers. Wasn't it all for this? Looking at everyone's excited appearance, Black Impermanence revealed a mocking smile. Then, he continued, if you obtain an Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns, we will also give you a matching Saint class cultivation technique. Whoosh! Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns was already attractive enough. Coupled with a Saint class cultivation technique, this was simply crazy. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Including Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to be an exception. However, what he noticed was that there were 107 items. What's the grade of the other item? Ling Xiao asked. White Impermanence looked at Ling Xiao and smiled with satisfaction. This little brother asked a good question. Although an Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns is already very powerful and can immediately make you experts, this is the best item. However, this was the best item. It was even more outstanding than the 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor weapon. If you obtain it, you can even have the terrifying strength to rule the 4 regions and 9 worlds. How about it? Are you tempted? If it was said that before, people were only greedy, then this time, it was crazy. What could be used to rule the 4 regions and 9 realms? Even if the Black and White Impermanents were exaggerating, that item would definitely be more attractive than a 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor weapon and a Saint-level cultivation technique. It sounded like the Death Spirit Emperor didn't care about the emperors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds at all. That made sense. Back then, he had turned 13 rulers into his slaves and became the 13 Death Spirit Kings. He indeed had the strength to do so. Ling Xiao's breathing also became tense. This fellow was actually a terrifying existence that surpassed the sovereigns of the 4 domains and 9 realms. As expected of the natives of the Eternal Desert, they were truly terrifying. Compared to Lotus Flower, who was stronger? Even if it was at the same level as the Lotus Flower, the items given out would probably be extremely precious. Ling Xiao had already experienced the Lotus Sutra. Just by condensing the Black Lotus Demon Venerable and the White Lotus Venerable God, Ling Xiao already possessed the ability to surpass a 3rd-level Divine Physique Echelon expert. Wouldn't he be even stronger if he condensed the Sovereign Golden Lotus? Interesting. Ling Xiao looked at the Black and White deities and continued to listen to them. A treasure of this level definitely wouldn't be easily obtained by them, especially this Death Spirit Emperor. He was a ruthless character who liked to scheme behind people's backs, who knew what methods he would use to deal with them. Just as these 108 people were being lectured by the Black and White deities, the outside of the world of dead souls was also shaken. This was because a martial artist had collected the essence of dead souls and left, telling the Patriarch Society about the opening of the City of No Return. Naturally, there were spies from the Beast Deities Alliance in the Patriarch Society. Hence, the Beast Deities Alliance also knew about this. The entire chaotic desert was boiling. The City of No Return, this legendary city, had opened. This caused countless martial artists to scramble to enter. Unfortunately, only martial artists below the divine physique echelon could enter. In order to obtain more benefits, the Patriarch Society and the Beast Deities Alliance both sent a large number of shattered core realm martial artists in. They planned to conquer the City of No Return. Of course, Ling Xiao and the others didn't know about this. At this moment, they were listening to the black and white deities talking about the shocking 108th item. Aren't you tempted? The 4 regions and 9 worlds have been divided for too long. The Death Spirit Emperor felt bored, so he wanted to find someone who could unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Who could this person be? The black and white deities smiled as he looked at the crowd. He saw the shock and greed in their eyes. He was very satisfied. However, Ling Xiao had some doubts. If the Death Spirit Emperor was really so terrifying, why didn't he unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds himself? Why did he have to choose from these people? Why did he set up a restriction to prevent divine physique echelon martial artists from entering? Was he really that strong? Or was he just pretending to be a pig with a scallion stuck in his nose? This was worth thinking about. He wouldn't blindly worship someone, but he wouldn't blindly fear someone either. Although the Death Spirit Emperor seemed to be very powerful, he didn't see it himself. After all, he couldn't say anything. However, most people didn't think so much. They were deeply attracted by the black and white deities' words. Even if they couldn't unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds, becoming the strongest in their own forces was already attractive enough. Isn't it time to talk about the main topic? How do we get these items? Emo Jiao said coldly. Everyone knew that it wasn't easy to get these items. They didn't know what kind of suffering they had to go through. Ha ha ha. Looks like there are still smart people here. The black and white deities laughed wildly. Actually, the method is very simple. There are 107 king-level undead essences here. Emperor-level undead essences. Fight for them. Kill each other. You have 1 hour to get these items. Remember, you can get them all by yourself. There's no need to share them with others. After saying this, the white deities revealed a strange smile. This last sentence was simply a deliberate attempt to sow discord, to make everyone present kill each other. After saying that, they disappeared from where they stood. The 11 Death Spirit Kings also disappeared. Only 108 martial artists were left. As soon as the black and white deities disappeared, someone was already killed. There were actually martial artists who couldn't wait to attack. What a lunatic. Everyone stop. Ling Xiao said coldly, Are you idiots? Is he really going to give us what he says he'll give us? You have to know that we didn't see anything. This included 107 Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. We didn't see anything. Are we stupid enough to kill each other just because of a sentence from them? Why don't we join forces and kill the Death Spirit Emperor? Maybe we can get more. Ling Xiao's words were the truth. The other party was just a verbal promise. It wasn't worth killing each other for an empty promise. There were so many experts here, and almost all of them were at the first level of the divine body realm. If they joined forces, it wasn't impossible to kill the Death Spirit Emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 46:18. However, Ling Xiao still ignored the greed of human nature. Some people were tempted by his words, but it was still meaningless. Someone made a move again. Ling Xiao even suspected that the person who made a move was controlled by the Death Spirit Emperor. When one person made a move, the whole place became chaotic. The slaughter began. Ling Xiao didn't say any more nonsense, because he knew that it was meaningless to waste his breath. So he called Xiao Jin and the others to the side. The 5 of them together were extremely powerful, and no one dared to come over. So they just watched the show. Boss, don't worry. If those people want to die, just let them die. Don't worry about them. Xiao Jin saw Ling Xiao frowning and said, I'm not concerned about their life and death, but about us. With fewer and fewer people, The possibility of us fighting against the Death Spirit Emperor is getting lower and lower. Sigh, there's no other way. We have too few people. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't like to be played. He didn't want to participate in the Death Spirit Emperor's game at all. So he didn't compete for the 108 undead essences. He just watched quietly. He wanted to know if there was really a treasure in obtaining the undead essences. The battle only lasted for 10 minutes. The number of deaths had risen to more than 50. The number of people decreased greatly. Some people went to fight for the undead essences, but they were killed before they could even warm up. The scene was extremely chaotic. Like Ling Xiao, Yu Chen, Wang Quanbadeo, Sheng Yu, and Lang Qingqing didn't make a move. And that blood demon. But their mentality was different. Ling Xiao didn't believe the words of black and white impermanence at all. And these people were just watching, because they were strong enough, and there were two of them. So ordinary warriors wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. After another half an hour, there were only 20 people left. This battle was tragic enough. But until now, no one had obtained the undead essences. What a stupid battle. So many people sacrificed their lives because of empty words. Perhaps it was because of the corpses on the ground. People gradually calmed down. There were only 20 people left, but there were 108 undead essences. Even if it was divided like this, it was still a good thing. Aren't you going to continue? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, "You guys are really brave. How does it feel to kill so many of your own kind?" Speaking of which, apart from Emo Jiao and Tiger Soul, the rest of the 108 people belonged to the 4 regions and 9 realms. If they were fighting for real treasures, Ling Xiao could understand. After all, even he was unable to resist the temptation of such a treasure. But now, before they even saw the treasure, they were already slaughtered to such an extent. He couldn't understand. Stop making sarcastic remarks. Do you want to be a bystander and stay out of this? No way. Blood Devil coldly snorted and said, "Everyone listen up. Right now, the Battle Alliance's team is the strongest. If this continues, we will definitely be killed by them. Why don't we join forces and get rid of them first? Then we can settle the matter between us." His idea immediately resonated with many people, especially Sheng Yu and Yu Chen. They had suffered losses in this aspect before. "I'm not doing it." Lang Qingqing chose to withdraw. Ling Xiao had saved her life more than once. She wasn't that shameless. However, even if he withdrew, together with Sheng Yu, Yu Chen, and Wang Quanba, Blood Devil's team had become 12 people, 12 against 5. The chances of winning were still very high. "I'll join too." Tiger Soul suddenly stood up. He had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time, but he didn't have the ability to do so alone. Now that there was such a team, that was just right. "Tiger Soul, think carefully. If you join us, you'll be my enemy." Emo Jiao stood on Ling Xiao's side. "Ha ha ha. So what if I'm your enemy? I've long found you an eyesore." Tiger Soul sneered. Just like that, 13 against 6. And Lang Qingqing was neutral. "Looks like I can't leave without killing some people today." Ling Xiao stood up with a sneer. Originally, he didn't want to kill too much. However, even if he wanted to avoid the battle, it was impossible. 13 against 6. How do we fight? Ling Xiao asked. "I'll deal with Yu Chen and Wang Quanba. I've long found them an eyesore." Xiao Jin said coldly. "I'll choose the 3 of them." Cold Plum chose the 3 weakest ones. After all, it was 1 against 3. She was still more cautious. Just like that, there were 2 less on this side and 5 less on the other side. The situation was 8 against 4. "I'll pick 2-2. Emo Jiao obviously didn't want to fight Tiger Soul, so he chose 2 strangers. "Leave Sheng Yu to me." White Silver Sun Dragon stood up. Sheng Yu wasn't weak, and he wasn't confident of winning. However, he couldn't back down now. There were still 5 people on the other side. The 2 stronger ones were Blood Demon and Tiger Soul. The other 3 were weaker. "Zilin, I'll leave those 3 to you. You don't have to win, right? You just have to hold them back." Ling Xiao looked at Zilin and said. Zilin frowned. "To be honest, I can handle 2, but I can't win against 3. "Then 2 it is," Ling Xiao said indifferently. The other party was also a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. He didn't want to make things difficult for Zilin. Otherwise, if Zilin was killed, the situation would be even more passive. Master, let me go. I want to deal with one too. Dong Huangyu's voice suddenly sounded. Can you do it? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Don't worry, Master. I'll be fine. Dong Huangyu smiled. All right. Ling Xiao called Dong Huangyu out. However, he was surprised that this little girl's strength had broken through again. 7th level, Shattered Core Realm. How did you cultivate? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Hee, Master's Dongxing Emperor Ring has a lot of good stuff. I ate a little and broke through. Dong Huangyu smiled. Cough, cough. It would be great if everyone could break through as easily as you. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. You can use the ghost lantern, but be careful. Although Dong Huangyu could challenge those of a higher level, she still relied on the power of her artifact. The 9 Revolution Gourd was only an Emperor artifact with 2 dragon patterns. It wasn't safe enough. He would be more at ease if she gave him an Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. In any case, the Ghost Lantern was basically useless in his hands, especially after he had the Black Lotus Archdevil and the White Lotus Archdevil. He didn't need it at all. After letting Dong Huangyu deal with the opponent, Ling Xiao faced Blood Demon and Tiger Soul alone. In order to not expose his secret, he still activated his Martial Soul Barrier and covered the two of them. I'll warn you one last time. If you work together to deal with the Death Spirit Emperor, we might still have a chance. Otherwise, we will all be played to death. Ling Xiao reminded. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't tell us that you are afraid. Blood Demon sneered. 2 idiots. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these 2 idiots. This time, he didn't plan to use his true body to fight. After all, that would consume too much stamina. He still needed to save his stamina to fight the Death Spirit Emperor. Chapter 46:19. Do it. Blood Demon and Tiger Soul looked at each other, then suddenly pounced toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at them in disdain. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Unfortunately, the 2 of them didn't understand the meaning of his disdain. They still charged toward Ling Xiao. They were about 3 meters away. 2 figures, one black and one white, suddenly appeared beside Ling Xiao. At that moment, the 2 of them realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Demon Lord and the Ultimate God, who were at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm, suddenly attacked. Blood Demon and Tiger Soul were only at the 1st level of the Divine Body Realm. How could they block it? They didn't resist the sudden attack at all. Their heads had already been moved. This time, Ling Xiao didn't leave the Dead Spirit Emperor a corpse for him to revive. He burned the 2 corpses with fire. I told you that it would be great to work together. Why did you have to do this? Is it worth it? Ling Xiao took the storage rings from both of them. In their storage rings, there were a total of 4 monarch weapons with 1 dragon pattern and 2 dragon patterns. They were useless for now, so Ling Xiao threw them into the Dongxing Emperor Ring. After removing the Martial Soul Barrier, Ling Xiao looked at Dong Huangyu. This little girl was actually able to fight a 1st-level Divine Body Realm martial artist without using the Ghost Lantern. She was really strong. He was relieved. He looked at the other battles. The White Silver Dragon's battle was the most difficult. His strength was on par with Shangyu, so it was hard to tell who would win. They had the upper hand in the other battles. Ling Xiao didn't help. Instead, he walked toward the Dead Spirit Essence and kept it all in his Dongxing Emperor Ring. Since there was no hope of working together, he might as well keep these things. He wanted to see what the Dead Spirit Emperor would do. An hour hadn't passed yet, and no one appeared. Ling Xiao started to observe the situation around him. His Tai Chi not only had super long range vision, but it also had the ability to see through things. This magnificent hall seemed to be an independent structure that wasn't connected to other places. There was no hope of getting out directly. Outside, the slaughter continued. However, while the human martial artists could only flee frantically, the undead spirit race was chasing after them. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. At the same time, a large number of warriors from the Beast Deities League and the Patriarch Society had already entered the world of souls. They were all heading towards the city of no return. Along the way, there were endless battles. Except for the 13 Death Spirit Kings and their guards, the rest of the Death Spirit clan could not stop the surprise attack of the human warriors. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this either. Ling Xiao suddenly noticed that there was an additional figure in the hall. It was as black as ink. It was filled with murderous intent. Royalty rules the world. Ling Xiao frowned. Wang Quan the world, who had come back from the dead, actually appeared at this time. It seemed like the Death Spirit Emperor wasn't going to let him win easily. However, how could a mere kingship stop his path to victory? He looked at the other party, and the other party looked back at him. We meet again. Yes, we meet again. My body seems to hate you. You had a helper before, but you don't have one now. Royalty rules the world sneered. You've already turned into a monster. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Ling Xiao yawned. Royalty rules the world was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. He could deal with him without the help of the divine venerable and the demon venerable. Therefore, he was prepared to fight with this guy to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. The divine venerable and the demon venerable could only be used as strategic weapons when there was no other way. Otherwise, his original body wouldn't be able to grow. Of course. Hee. What an interesting and silly child. Later, when you see your body being swallowed into my stomach, you won't think that I'm talking nonsense anymore. Royalty rules the world sneered. Although this guy is my enemy, I've already killed him. My hatred has been resolved. Let's just let his body disappear completely. Let my hatred go with it. Playing with the dead. What a disgusting hobby. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already transformed into the Black Goat Necromancer Beast Soul. At the same time, the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul merged with his body. This way, he wouldn't easily expose the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. He could also use close to 80% of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul's power. Heh, is that so? You have to have the strength to do so. Royalty rules the world with a black sword in his hand. He released a crazy aura. The whole hall was shaking. Ling Xiao frowned. This guy seemed to be stronger than before. He was about to break through the second level of the divine physique echelon. Could it be because he had swallowed something? He didn't have time to think because his opponent had already charged over. Ling Xiao held the Ghost King's sword in his hand and looked at Royalty, who had just come back to life. The opponent's fighting style wasn't Royalty's, but it was stronger. It should be the soul in this body. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't back off. His cultivation was about to break through again. In addition to his strong body, there was no reason for him to back off. Even a martial artist at the first level of the divine physique echelon couldn't kill him easily. Bam! Bam bam bam! The two figures clashed crazily in the magnificent hall. Every time they clashed, there would be a terrifying explosion. I'll use you to test my new move. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The Ghost King's sword stabbed forward. The skill of the Four-Dragon Pattern Monarch weapon was unleashed. Ghost Aura Sword Slash. As this move was unleashed, the surrounding ghost aura actually condensed. It created a terrifying sword aura. He charged towards Wang Quan under the heavens. You actually got the Ghost King's sword, but it's useless. Royalty also attacked with his sword. The sword aura was like a waterfall, and its power wasn't inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. Boom! The two sword auras exploded in the air. King of the World was sent flying. Ling Xiao didn't have it easy either. He was also sent flying. Both of them crashed into the wall. The moment they crashed into the wall, Ling Xiao had a strange feeling. The wall was actually fake. It was as if it didn't exist. It was more like a layer of barrier. Could it be that this place is actually enveloped by a formation? Ling Xiao suddenly thought that this place was very likely the same as his martial spirit barrier. No wonder he couldn't get out. Bah! As expected of the first level of the divine body realm, this strength is really strong. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Under the Sky Tyrant martial spirit state, he was obviously more seriously injured. Although the other party was also sent flying, he wasn't injured. Brat, you're still stubborn. Hee, fine. I'll beat you until you're convinced. As the battle went on, the soul in his body was affected more and more by Royalty's hatred. His attacks also became more and more vicious. He kept attacking Ling Xiao crazily. Ling Xiao didn't use the Holy Ground Phantom, nor did he use the Child God's Blood Demon Array. At this moment, he was constantly clashing head-on with royalty. It was for the awakening of his potential. If he didn't risk his life, how could his strength break through? What exactly is your body made of? The continuous attacks made royalty begin to doubt his life. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 46:20. King's World confirmed that his attacks had hit Ling Xiao at least 10 times. Moreover, every single attack was a fatal one. But Ling Xiao was only slightly injured. What the hell is this? I don't believe it. Is your body stronger than mine? King's World couldn't understand. His body was created by the Death Spirit Emperor. It was only equivalent to an Emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. How could the other party be stronger than him? Kill. An even more terrifying attack came. Void Shattering Finger. Shatter the void. Ling Xiao suddenly counterattacked. The void suddenly compressed and deformed. Unfortunately, only half of King's World's body was destroyed. King's World didn't have a lower body, but he was still alive. What a freak. Despair. You lowly ant. You can't kill me. King's World was actually shocked. Although his body wasn't important, his undead essence was extremely important. Once his undead essence was destroyed, his soul would also be finished. Still pretending in front of me. Ling Xiao looked at King's World in disdain. The reason why he counterattacked just now, it was because his strength had finally broken through in the continuous battle. From the 3rd level of the core shattering realm to the 4th level. A breakthrough in 1 level was a 10-fold increase in strength. His 10-fold wasn't an ordinary 10-fold increase. His 10-fold increase might be a 100-fold increase for others. After all, his foundation was too terrifying. Take Dong Huangyu, for example. Her cultivation speed was very fast, and the strength of each level was stronger than most martial artists. Therefore, she could challenge those of a higher level. The basic energy of other martial artists might be a small stream. Dong Huangyu was a big river. As for Ling Xiao, it was an ocean. This was why Ling Xiao was able to fight so many people above his level. Not only could he fight those of a higher level, but his cultivation speed was also very fast. Such a monster really didn't want others to live. You have already lost your value. Ling Xiao looked at King's World. The time to be beaten up was over. Sun God Blood Diagram. 2nd level Bloody Rat Demon. His strength increased 10-fold. Although Ling Xiao was weaker than King of the World before, he wasn't that much weaker. Now, his battle prowess had increased by a whole 100 times. It had long surpassed the power of royalty. Although Wang Quan under the heavens was also a martial artist at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon realm, he was, after all, the fusion of someone else's soul and body. He was unable to display his full combat strength. How could he be a match for Ling Xiao? How could this be? King of the World's body began to tremble, and he had the urge to run away. Ling Xiao looked at him contemptuously. He took out the Ghost King's sword. 10 ferocious beasts appeared behind him. It continued to let out terrifying roars. These 10 giant beasts merged into the Ghost King's sword. It let out an even more terrifying roar. A terrifying beam of sword light left the sword and shot out. Like a ferocious beast, he pounced on King of the World. At that moment, the fear in King of the World's eyes disappeared and was replaced by relief. That's right. His soul had been played with by others, and he had lived a life that was neither human nor ghost. How many of them could persevere? Perhaps he wanted to die a long time ago, but he couldn't escape the control of the Death Spirit Emperor. Now, the opportunity had come. The moment the terrifying sword light hit King of the World, Ling Xiao clearly saw a figure appear from his body. It was a very gentle old man. He smiled and said, "Thank you, young man. You have freed me. You must be careful. The Death Spirit Emperor is not a good person. He is a terrifying schemer. You must not take him lightly." After saying that, his soul dissipated in the void. Ling Xiao stood there quietly and burned King of the World's corpse. For a long time, he didn't speak or move. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be that those undead creatures were all a combination of flesh and soul? How many souls were imprisoned in those undead creatures? These people were tortured day and night. Just thinking about it was miserable enough. My dynasty will never allow such evil things to exist. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and swore in his heart again. This place, sooner or later, would be the territory of his heavenly empire. If his people were tortured like this, how could he sit idly by? Perhaps it was because of this thought that he could continue to become stronger. Death Spirit Emperor, what kind of monster are you? He took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the hatred and ambition in his heart. He was a rational person and wouldn't do anything impulsively. The Death Spirit Emperor was too powerful. He wasn't someone he could contend against right now. Even if he had the Demon Lord and the Divine Lord, it wouldn't be enough. On the other side, the battles also ended. Dong Huangyu was the first to end her battle. Zilin followed closely behind. Cold Plum was the third. Imo Jiao was the fourth. The fifth to end her battle was Xiao Jin. King of the world was completely killed. But Yu Chen was suddenly taken away by the black and white impermanence. Why? Ling Xiao asked coldly. This young man has the aura that the emperor likes. The emperor intends to write something good for him. Don't worry, you won't be short of the rewards you deserve. It's just that you are not qualified to become the emperor's disciple. The black and white impermanence sneered and disappeared. Damn it! If he wasn't afraid of the Death Spirit Emperor, he would have killed these two. Damn it! Why are you acting cool? The battle between the White Silver Dragon and Shangyu had yet to end. Are you still going to resist? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Shangyu. If you don't want to die, you better stop now. Shangyu had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. He understood that he no longer had a chance. Ling Xiao not killing him was already giving him face. Thank you for not killing me. I, Shangyu, will remember this favor. Shangyu had once looked down on Ling Xiao and didn't put him in his eyes. But now, he felt that he could only look up to Ling Xiao. Among the geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao might be the most outstanding one. No one could compare to him. Forming a good relationship with Ling Xiao might be the key for the heaven's sacred ground to survive. You are very sensible. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't say anything else. Next, it's best for us to work together. If we can get out of here alive, we will get 107 Emperor weapons. Based on your performance, I will give you Emperor weapons and Saint class cultivation techniques. Shangyu smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. This was the only way. Right now, Ling Xiao was definitely the backbone of these people. Thank you. Lang Qingqing said gratefully when she saw that Ling Xiao didn't kill Shangyu. No need. I just want to make our battle strength stronger. Ling Xiao shook his head. Next, he just had to wait. More than 50 minutes had passed since the 1 hour had passed. It was almost time for the battle to end. He wanted to know what would be waiting for him next. Would the Death Spirit Emperor really give him 108 treasures? And let him leave? He felt that this matter wasn't so simple. At this moment, shouts could be heard from outside. It turned out that the Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods faction had charged in. Unfortunately, they were intercepted by the Death Spirit Emperor's personal guards and the 11 Death Spirit Lords. A miserable battle was inevitable. Chapter 46:21. Now is your chance. The outside is attacking the city of no return. Why don't you guys take the opportunity to leave? Ling Xiao listened to the battle cries outside and said, if you guys lead those people outside, you won't be at a disadvantage in front of the King of Death Spirit. I'm not leaving. I want to go with boss. Xiao Jin said. Me too. Cold Plum said. Then I'm even more not leaving. I want to follow master. Dong Huangyu smiled. The rest were hesitant. Ling Xiao understood what they meant. Some people felt that leaving now was disloyal. Some people still had their eyes on the Emperor weapon. You guys make your decision. The road ahead will be even more difficult. If you follow me, you'll have a slim chance of survival. Leaving now might be your only chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Senior Brother Bain, Brother Imo Jiao, you don't have to feel disloyal. I'll put it bluntly. Next, I can guarantee that I won't die, but I might not be able to protect you guys. Take care. I'll wait for you outside. You must come out alive. Imo Jiao and Ling Xiao gave each other a warm hug. They turned and walked outside. This was originally a barrier, but Ling Xiao had already broken it. After leaving the barrier, they could directly meet up with the martial artists outside. There were martial artists from the Beast Deity Union among them. I won't say anything unnecessary. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, our Golden Heavens domain would have been wiped out. Baiyin Zilong knew that if he continued to let Ling Xiao protect him, he would be a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao released all the martial artists from the Golden Heavens domain from the Dongshang Emperor Ring. Everyone cupped their hands at him. They also left. See you later. Lang Qingqing looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. See you later. I hope you can come out alive. I've bet everything on you. Sheng Yu also bade farewell to Ling Xiao. After that, Ling Xiao released Ghost Sword, Qi Niming, Black Pearl, and Qi Yaoguang. When you return to the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, send my regards to Sister Jiao Jiao. Tell her that I'm well. Ling Xiao chuckled. Remember, don't get caught up in fighting after you leave. The Death Spirit Emperor isn't someone to be trifled with. The Divine Body Realm experts outside won't be able to come in. You won't be able to hold on. Understood. Nothing must happen to him. The four of them left reluctantly. Jinhu, Zilin, you two should leave as well. Little Gold said to the two from the Savage Beast region. Zilin had a blood contract with him, so he wasn't afraid of him betraying him. Jinhu was loyal to him, and he didn't want anything to happen to him. I'm not leaving. Wherever young master is, I will be there. Jinhu said. This is an order, not a discussion. Besides, with your current cultivation, how can you help me? Go out and cultivate well. We'll still need you in the future. Xiao Jin said. This kid was starting to feel like he was in a superior position. Yes. Sword Tiger finally nodded. Xiao Jin gave Sword Tiger an emperor armament with 3 dragon inscriptions on it. Death and wither was enough for him. After Jinhu and Zilin left, only Ling Xiao, Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Donghuang Yu were left in the hall. There was still 1 minute left before the hour was up. The 3 of you stay in the Dongshang Emperor Ring for now. I'll call for you when I need you. Ling Xiao was prepared to take the risk alone. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he had to give it a shot. The 3 of them entered the Dongshang Emperor Ring. Soon, black and white impermanence appeared. I didn't expect you to be the last one to stay. The 2 of them looked surprised. Black impermanence said, unfortunately, there are too few people left. I'm afraid we won't be able to achieve the Emperor's goal. Let him try. Maybe he can. White impermanence said, shouldn't you reward me? Ling Xiao frowned. Yes, but you have to get it yourself. Come with us. Black and white impermanence brought Ling Xiao to a cave for free. The words, space-time corridor, were carved on it. If you dare to go in, the Emperor weapons are inside. If you don't, then leave. Black impermanence said jokingly, damn, I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Ling Xiao stood in front of the space-time corridor and felt the terrifying aura inside. But at the same time, he also felt the aura of Yushin. It's actually here? Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. It seemed that he was right to stay. Thinking of this, he put on the Emperor weapon soft armor with 4 dragon patterns that he had obtained earlier. Then, he took out the purple gold alms bowl. This could also resist powerful attacks from the outside world. Then, he flew in. As soon as he entered the space-time corridor, he saw a white light. The white light enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body, and the soft armor actually made creaking sounds. It looked like it was about to break. What a terrifying white light. Even the Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns can't block it. Ling Xiao was shocked. Fortunately, the purple light of the purple gold alms bowl was constantly repairing the soft armor. He estimated that it could last for a while. He had to rush over during this time, because Ling Xiao was not sure if his body could withstand the attack of the white light. Holy ground demonic shadow. His speed suddenly increased as he madly rushed forward. Half an hour later, the soft armor was completely shattered. The purple gold alms bowl was also destroyed. The white light forcibly suppressed Ling Xiao's body. His body felt a huge pressure. Fortunately, his celestial demon black tortoise body was extremely powerful, equivalent to the Emperor weapon with 7 dragon patterns. so it was much stronger than the soft armor. It would not be damaged for the time being. However, he could not fly in this white light for a long time. He continued to rush forward. Under the baptism and tempering of the white light, his body began to break through again. After another half an hour, Ling Xiao's body was covered in blood, and there were cracks all over his body. His body had also reached the limit and was about to break through to the next realm. Boom! The next moment, he flew out of the white light and came to a hall. The hall was extremely tall, at least 1,000 meters tall. This was the limit of what the Tai Chi eye could see. In the desolate hall, all the buildings were extremely tall. It was as if they were not built for humans. Even the tables and chairs looked as if they were built for giants. They were dozens of meters tall. Some were even hundreds of meters tall. Unfortunately, many of these things were destroyed. It was as if a fierce battle had happened here. The most obvious thing was the eerie white bones. Some of the white bones were extremely huge, while others were only the size of a normal person. With a gentle touch of the hand, the white bones were directly weathered and turned into powder. Ling Xiao was shocked, because he noticed that among these white bones, there were the waste tokens of the disciples of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. What did this mean? It meant that these people had entered this place and could no longer walk out. They would die here forever. Moreover, from the analysis of the Tai Chi eye, the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds who entered this place were all in the divine body realm. In other words, their situation was similar to Xiao Jin and the others. They broke through in the world of souls. They were tricked into coming here by the dead spirit emperor and then died here forever. It is indeed a conspiracy. But what does the dead spirit emperor want? Ling Xiao was very confused. Come and read him. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.